everybody, and welcome back to the Fireside podcast. I am Cerebral Caesarian. I'm joined by Brick, Lung, and Press Start Play. We're going to be talking about the Monsterverse, which is the current cinematic universe for Godzilla movies. Oh, joy.
Well, the Western continuity, I'd say. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the Western one, because I don't think the Japanese one... I don't think Shin Godzilla is in this.
Nah, Shin Godzilla is completely independent and probably for the best. I love that movie. That shit's great.
Yeah. So we watched all three films, which is like Godzilla 2014, Kong Skull Island, and then Godzilla King of the Monsters. So I think to start would say, like, which one was like your favorite? Like, which one's the best of the three, do you think?
Probably the first one, honestly.
Really?
The first one is probably the best. I would say I had the most fun with King of the Monsters.
What?
Yeah. Well, but I don't think
You
it's
think
the best.
Godzilla 2014 is the best?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, quality-wise, yeah.
Yeah,
unquestionably.
Godzilla 2014 was the best. What the fuck are you talking about?
I
Get
think
out
it
of
was
here
the
if you think it's the
worst.
worst. Well, fuck you.
I'm
Literally,
I
just
thought
fuck
it was
you.
You're gonna say
You're
bad
terrible.
Start. Oh my god! I swear you're doing this on purpose.
I thought it was the worst. I think
You
Kong was the best, and
Yeah,
then
fucking you.
King of the Monsters
Kong.
was second best.
Bricks is like, ooh, monkey,
Okay, so he's
monkey, I like monkey.
right? We're confirming that.
Well-
do you just live to be contrarian to us so we can get those
Yes.
clicks from this? You're insane.
Come on, dude. Godzilla 2014 was awful.
No,
It was
no.
awful.
Are you?
Oh, by the way,
Right.
the chat isn't up on the
The chat isn't real.
Well, it appears for things when they comment on this. So
it hasn't commented yet.
yeah. So there's
since
some
we
people
started.
that commented before, but that's not going to show up here.
Oh, it doesn't show up. All right. Okay.
Yeah, like it
so,
will. Like if I say something, here, then we can.
then
do
it'll show
that.
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so Brick, you're wrong is what I'm trying to
Okay,
get at.
fine. Let's just go one by one, and then you just like rank the three of them. Let's start with as we appear on screen. So I'll start with mine, which is I thought Kong Skull Island was the best, and then King of the Monsters second best, and then 2014 just being the worst one of them.
And you're genuine in that opinion. This
Wow.
isn't just a bullshit.
Yeah, of course.
Huh? I don't
Of
believe
course.
you.
Like, you're not just trying to start a fight, are you?
And I don't believe
I
you.
honestly believe it's terrible.
I mean, I'll not say it was a great movie, but
I'm not saying it's the best movie ever seen, created, right? Because there's a lot of points in the movie where it's like, well, that was convenient. Oh, that was lucky.
We'll get into the discussion later. Like,
Come the
let's-
fuck on.
Well, no, I mean later.
let's go with CC.
Okay, well, I'll say
No, like we're ranking them, right? So we just go
ranking
down
them.
the list now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd say Godzilla 2014 is absolutely the best. Fuck you. Godzilla King of the Monsters is a good follow-up to that for the opposite reasons. Like it's just really it's fun, it's goofy, it's very in line with the absurd nature of the Godzilla sequels, So that's great. Good callbacks. And I do like Kong Skull Island. I don't think it's bad, but I'll say it's the weakest of the three, and it's mainly just supported by good aesthetics and visuals. I don't remember any of the characters' names. I could really give a shit.
Yeah,
about
me
any
neither.
of that.
That's for sure.
But
Alrighty.
yeah, so
Next
Kong is the
movie.
worst of the three, but not actually terrible.
what's your opinion, Lung?
Oh,
Yeah.
no, it's my turn now? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Man, I'm trying to eat taffy. Fuck you.
Taffy.
Yeah, just Laffy Taffy. I can tell you a funny joke.
Yeah, let's hear the joke first.
Why did the phones break up?
Why?
Hmm.
There was no connection.
Oh, God.
That's
So why did the cable get sad?
why?
His friend went wireless. Hilarious, I know. What did
Right.
I think of the movies? Right, so
Just 1 to 3. Which one was your ranking? Sorry.
I'll literally just reiterate what Cerebral said. That's literally my views. I think well, except Kong, it wasn't as good. Kong was not as good. Kong is the weakest of the three, but it's for different reasons than he said. That's what I'll leave it at, because I'm eating taffy. Leave me alone.
Well, I'm in the same boat as you guys. I mean, 2014 was the best of the three, then King of the Monsters, and then Kong.
God, all of you are so.
I don't know why you have such a like fucking love boner for Kong. You just saw his fucking cheeks and were like,
Literally.
Like
Well,
I'm just like, dude,
Rick's a
they
simple guy.
did so much stupid shit in 2014. Like, did you miss all of that?
Did you watch Kong?
Not Kong. Yeah, Kong was like at least
The entire movie
Plot-
was stupid shit.
yeah, but
Kong
the plot
was
was
like a 3 out of 10.
Kong was exponentially
okay.
stupider than any of the other movies on this like trilogy.
Yeah.
Yes.
like
But see, I
okay.
think-
I'm saying it's goofier, but they
Yeah.
didn't like screw up the plot. Like for example, in Godzilla 2014, when they dropped the guy off and they're like, okay, you're gonna have to deal with this. There's not, unless you walk out of here, you're not getting out, and there's no extraction. And then they extract him at the end. I'm like, they helicopter him out at the end, and they said there's gonna be like no extraction.
Which seems
Yeah,
That-
like when you say like
in-
no
in
extraction,
24
like the last scene that I saw him in, as far as like him being in that area, was he was like like on the boat, like they didn't
Yes,
like fly a
and the-
helicopter out to the boat, like
hold on. Oh shit.
man,
Like, hang on, I got a phone call. Fuck
we
you.
are we are so professional, man. Like
so. I just want to say, I think the biggest issue for Kong was probably my fault in that I went into it comparing it directly to Peter Jackson's Kong.
My biggest issue with Kong is that it was literally just monkey. The fucking
Yeah.
monkey.
like
The first fucking 3 seconds into the movie, you know exactly what you're in for. It's a monkey who can be shot. Amazing. That's groundbreaking. I didn't know you could shoot monkeys, dude.
Like, here's the thing for the movie. It's like when we're talking about like this, thing with like Kong. Half of the stuff that doesn't involve like Kong or like a cool set piece is just like not really that like relevant. Like they try and throw in like a few like attempts at like character moments or like social commentary and stuff. But like there are two good characters in Kong. All right, that's Samuel Jackson, because his like rivalry with Kong is like kind of, I'm gonna say entertaining, not like compelling or deep or novel, but like him being like, oh man, I wish I could have won the Vietnam War. Oh shit, a giant monkey to fight.
I mean,
like
I made that worse for myself. I kept on saying that it was black on black crime.
Why?
God damn it.
No reason.
We're never going to be able to leave one of these up on YouTube, I swear to God.
Like
You might as well give up.
The other good character was like the really stoic like captain. Like when everyone's like freaking out and he's just like sitting there like just like eating a ration, and they're like, "You're not surprised by like a giant fucking monkey?" And he's like, "There's no tactical precedent," and he's just like completely chill. And that's it. Those are the only good characters. Like Tom Hiddleston plays like that like edgy tour guide guy, and he's like just like epic ninja badass, but he's like not like cool. Brie Larson's in it. That's the end of that thought.
Look at Kong compared to the rest. I mean, Kong has like the biggest roster of actors.
Oh yeah, it's got John
Like,
Goodman,
Samuel Jackson, John Goodman, Brie Larson, Tom Hiddleston, fucking John C. Reilly.
John Goodman.
So,
Yeah.
Do we know that? Oh, whatever. And then what is Godzilla? Godzilla's got Bryan Cranston for all of 10 minutes.
Yep.
And then fucking Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch.
Yep. And then
Who else?
like I'm trying to remember. The third one has the like Tywin Lannister as the bad guy.
Oh yeah, that's what he's from. I
Yeah.
couldn't place his face.
Yeah, and the rest are like from just other things. Oh yeah, they have like 11 from Stranger Things as the daughter in the third one.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean, between the two of them, that's not as like anywhere near the size of Kong. Like Kong had a bigger budget than King of the Monsters did, and it's probably just hiring all those actors.
Yeah, it was probably just the actors.
Oh, are you off the phone
they
now, are you?
yeah, they what do you call it? They really what do you call it? They broke the bank on that one. They hired all the big names, all of
Yeah,
them,
that's because they knew it was gonna be shit.
and they didn't actually give them characters. It was the weirdest thing. Like none of they introduced them all at once, and then we're supposed to care, but then like
Yeah, like I blinked for 1 second, and then they had like everyone on screen because like
e-
it was John Goodman
everyone
and
on screen. Yeah,
that other like black intern doctor dude. I can't remember his name. I know he's in that NWA movie,
right.
but it was just
He's
those
in
two,
an
and then they went into
NBA movie.
was sorry,
He's in a National Basketball American movie.
no, the NWA.
NWA. Oh, I heard.
Yeah.
I heard basketball.
Sorry. But like yeah, so it was just those two, and then they went to a bar and found Hiddleston, and then I like looked down at my phone to make some notes, and then I looked up again, and then they had everyone.
Yeah, like the thing
Yeah,
I hate with the characters for this is that they try and give them all a unique thing, but they don't like bounce off each other. Like Samuel L. Jackson and Brie Larson should have been fighting the whole movie because it's like, okay, I'm a general for the Vietnam War, you're a journalist who is
And-
explicitly
yes.
against it. Like thematically, they should be like
Okay,
rivals.
listen. Let's
You know?
We're talking
let's
about
actually
King
go
Kong, right?
through. I think we should like broad strokes go like 2014, then Skull Island, and then King of the Monsters.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, yeah,
Let's
start with
just go
2014
like that.
then.
Let's just
Why?
start talking about that. Talking about it in that general like. Well, going in progression.
So we'll just go through like release order. You mean?
Yeah, just broad strokes and all of that stuff. So of 2014, I'll tell you what I liked. I liked that they did a lot of world building. I enjoyed that. Like they explained what Monarch was and why it was founded and all of that stuff. It was I thought it was a bit of a mess the way they did it, but they at least did it. It's um that's one thing I really like.
I mean, they
And
built
they
on it
also
more in the next movies, but yeah, I get it.
yeah, but they introduced it in that film, but the thing is, like, they killed Bryan Cranston's character very early.
Yeah, he was
And
definitely like he was definitely one of those like to hook people in actors. Like in Game of Thrones, they had Sean Bean, and then they killed him off pretty quickly. So that's
yeah,
sort of
I didn't like that because I thought he was like the best actor. The main character can't show expression on his face worth a damn. Like, holy crap.
Like
He
here's the
was
thing.
the most. It was like a
like-
plank of wood.
Like I agree that Bryan Cranston has some of the best performances in the movie, but on the flip side, people are like talking about like the stupid plot and the conveniences because like if Bryan Cranston survived all that, people would be like, "Oh man, Bryan Cranston survived all that." That sure is convenient. So the
Yeah,
fact that he
but-
doesn't have plot
okay.
armor is like
I mean, it
I
was
would say is a good
convenient.
thing.
that a crane
Yeah, here's the
fell
thing,
and
right?
broke the
Like-
door of the cage that was holding the sun, but Bryan Cranston fell to his death.
Yeah, like the other thing
God damn
was,
it.
if you're gonna talk about plot armor
Sorry,
in
was that
that scene, the sun was like in a Humvee, and then the big Muto thing or something just broke open his door and knocked it around, but he survived just fine.
Hmm. Yeah, and then you look back and the dad's on the walkway, and then it collapses under the weight, which kills him.
Yeah, he
Wow.
Hang on,
yeah,
Lung.
so-
What were you gonna say a moment ago? We cut you off.
I might have
I've
stolen
been
this.
trying to say, I don't think this, like, I think what makes 2014 so fucking great, in my opinion, is that, right, you have a movie that's essentially like, here's a fucking titan, here's something that's like half the size of the planet, triumphing around, just walking about, squashing everything. And I think what 2014 did amazingly was that it set it up so that I actually gave a shit about the ants it was stepping on. I mean, all the other movies, it's just fucking, it's literally two just men wrestling on top of an ant hill. The civilians mean fucking nothing. I feel 2014 set up like the people that actually, you give a shit if they're about to get stepped on. Set it up to
Yeah.
be pretty okay.
Yeah, but there was like so many like inconsistencies I found that was really stupid. Like,
I don't even remember any inconsistencies. And even if there was, it's like, dude, there's a fucking giant goddamn monster. So if they say something and go about on it, go back on it, suddenly there's an inconsistency. Yeah,
No,
dude, I'd fucking change my mind too.
yeah, I'm sure that the presence of tidal waves changed their minds. Like when Godzilla just walked up on Hawaii, there was this huge tidal wave, but then he goes up to California and there's no tidal wave. Like, okay.
Yeah, that was like a bit inconsistent, I guess. I mean, because like
Fair.
there's a tsunami. He makes a tsunami when he breaches the water the first time, like wipes out half the island.
Yeah,
and then when he does it later on,
Yeah.
there's like
and
nothing.
the entire like Hawaii segment seemed like so unnecessary. And the thing is, like, Godzilla seems to be what do you call it? He seems to be following around our main character, or wherever our main character goes, Godzilla shows up there. It's like,
That's one of the things I noticed. He'd be like, okay, finally, we're
going
getting
to
away
Hawaii
from
and then
Godzilla.
San
We're going somewhere else, and then suddenly just Godzilla shows up. It's like, what?
again.
Okay,
Yeah.
listen. The first time that happens, you are absolutely correct. But the rest of the movie is them following them. Like, so when he shows up in Hawaii,
Yes, but
it's like,
his
yeah,
wife
whatever.
is in San Francisco.
Yeah, but that's what I
His
mean. Though,
wife
like the
is
thing is,
in
they're
San Francisco,
following.
which is where he was going. He was going to San Francisco anyway. That's where his wife is. That was the
Godzilla
plan.
was helping the other monsters, which is why he went. But like, I don't remember what you call Aaron Taylor Johnson's character's name. But
Yeah,
he
no
was
one knows.
getting free transport, and they were gonna go to San Francisco from Japan.
Yeah, but that's
and then
because
they
it's an
did a stop
international
in Hawaii.
airport. Like,
Yeah.
that's not like, oh man, they just happened to go there. Because, like, mind you, the other one shows up in like Arizona. No one character that we know
Yes,
is there.
the-
Yeah, so that's what I mean.
Yeah,
like, it's
of
not.
course.
They go to
The
Nevada.
female one.
Yeah.
The
in
female
Nevada.
goes to Nevada and chomps down on a fucking mountain.
Yeah,
to
and
get
and the other thing was like they keep trying to use nukes against them, even though they're like literally feeding on radiation.
Yeah,
Like, They just it's like,
so
oh, it's gonna be
fucking dumb.
bigger. This is gonna be a bigger nuke. So
Okay,
we're
wait,
gonna,
hang on,
I
real,
said,
real
like,
quick.
we
All right.
know that the nuclear like radiation heals them, but we're gonna hope that the blast kills them, not the radiation, just the blast.
All right, real
yes,
quick.
no,
we
but
gotta,
they've been eating nukes.
Yeah,
They've
look,
been
we gotta-
eating nukes.
we gotta
all
read
through
chat.
the movie.
All right, Kit in chat. We were talking about gotta love a 2-hour movie where you get 15 minutes of monster hunting. No joke. There is more screen time of Godzilla in 2014 than in the original Godzilla movie. Like, minute for minute,
What?
there is more screen. Yes, actually, there is.
I mean, yes.
There is 7 minutes of screen time for Godzilla in the original movie. There is 10 minutes of Godzilla in 2014. So we are talking about more Godzilla than in the film that started it all. And people are like, there's not enough Godzilla. And I'm like, I'm not.
Like, I don't actually
Can I-
care about that too much. Like,
Yeah, can
don't
I
mind
fucking
that.
point out, like, what does it matter if Godzilla shows up or fucking not in the movie? I get it, it's called Godzilla, but what, you want a whole movie where it's just a camera panning fucking Godzilla? Dude, what do you want? You want to
Yes.
see Godzilla take a piss? I don't give it.
Yes,
The thing is, I know you don't care, Brick. I'm addressing the chat. That's the
I want to see
that's
the
the
Like,
benefit of us
I
doing
mean,
these
okay,
live. We
see,
can
the-
interact with our fans.
Yeah, the other thing is in Godzilla 2014, whenever they fought, it was like they were fighting in a vat of jello. It was all slowed down. Like, I don't know why that is.
Oh, big things move
They-
slowly, man.
Yeah, no, it's sort of like the way
Have you
that
ever seen
flies
an
react.
elephant, Brick? Like,
No,
you ever
they
seen
don't.
how like lanky those things are? Like, they just try and like.
This is like Brick and the dog
Okay,
nipples
listen,
all over
listen.
again.
An elephant can actually outrun like a jeep or something. They're actually quite fast when they want to be. Like,
Quite fat when they want to be too.
yeah, but no, but the thing is, like, it was just so slow, and then the other movies it wasn't quite so as slow. Like, it's just weird. Like, I didn't like that at all. Like, when Godzilla was fighting the Mutos, they were like, he was whenever he fought, it was like something that should take a second took like 3 or 4 seconds.
Okay, dude, you realize that like in every like successful thing with like big monsters, like Shadow the Colossus, just to bring like another one up, like they always move slowly to help you like understand the scale of the thing. Like that's like a consistent art direction that you have for massive things or massive monsters is like you know, the
Yeah,
like,
but it was
slowness of
much
it.
too slow.
No.
Yeah,
Like-
but think about it. Imagine you're a fly watching Ethan.
It was much too slow. I'm sorry. I want to go to fucking.
It was much too slow.
I want to
the
go
other-
to Kong Island where everything moves in the fucking blink of an eye.
I think the other two movies did it better. Like, see, you have a tipping point for how slow you can be until it becomes a little bit annoying, and I think 2014 definitely like passed that point. It was slow as shit. It was slow as shit. Go.
Okay, so
Go
let me get
back
this
and
straight though.
watch it.
If they moved at the speed that you wanted them to, that would give them less screen time. You're arguing
That's
for
okay
a
by
contradictory
me.
thing. You're saying, "Oh, there's not
I
enough
never
screen
said
time."
I wanted more screen time.
You said
I
he's
wanted
barely
to
in
be...
it. Like you said, he's barely in it. Like as a criticism.
No, I didn't.
I am like almost
I
positive
don't
you
care.
did.
No, that wasn't me. I don't care about that much at all. It's just that the fight scenes, it was just far too slow. Like at some point you gotta stop making it that slow. You know, KOTM and Kong did it a lot better, in my opinion.
The KOTM did. No,
Kong
I'm
is
sorry. It was
smaller.
Kong. Kong did nothing right. Fuck you.
No,
Kong was smaller, so he
okay.
was able to move faster to the human eye.
But like that too, I liked the Kong action scenes, but if we're talking about how impactful they were, 2014 nails it so much better. It's just like they feel actually massive, whereas like the Kong and King of the Monsters feels like they're more actiony. Like I like the action better, but it's not as they don't feel as big because they're just like, you know.
In 2014, like the slowness helps you feel like the weight behind their movements.
Yeah.
But as in Kong, you don't really feel it. I mean, he is smaller. I just fucking I hate it all. I don't even care.
I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of that. I thought at some point you gotta stop. And then the other thing is like there's no one thing that I had a criticism for was there's no reason for Dr. Serizawa to ever think that Kong would sorry, not Kong, what do you call it? Godzilla would restore balance. Like you gotta build that up somehow. He just keeps saying it like he's a religious
he was
fanatic.
a bit of an idealist. I mean,
yeah, but you gotta
like
say where his ideas come from. You gotta
I'm
say where it comes
confused.
from.
I hate to interrupt both of you, but I'm reading chat here, and who wants to watch a monster movie? I'm reading comments like, who wants to watch a monster movie with only like 15 minutes of fighting? It's like, dude, you just want to watch gay wrestling? I don't get it.
Well, that's the thing, Kit. Like, if
I
the
really
original
don't get it.
Godzilla movie has exactly a thing you're mentioning, where like you actually spend time with the characters, and that's where the Serizawa character comes from. Like, he is like a callback to the scientist from the original movie, and that's like where his like idealism kind of comes from as that. So like, if the idea is your criticism would apply to the like classic original that like most Godzilla fans say is like one of the best or like classic original, then I just don't think you like Godzilla movies broadly. You know,
I'm not
it's
a
okay if you
fan
don't,
of like
but...
monster movies. Right? When I was like a kid in fucking school, people would mention like, "Oh yeah, go watch this Godzilla movie." He's like, "Well, I don't want to watch a movie where it's just monsters stomping around a town. Just sounds like a waste of time, right?" And I can get that maybe I just don't like the monster movies, but like King of the Monsters definitely was better, indefinitely, than fucking Kong, right? And I don't get what you're looking for in a lot of monster movies where it's like, oh, I just want to watch a monster stomp around town. Do you just not have a video game console or like what?
Well, right. If you look at Pacific Rim, how much was like on-screen time of fighting giant robots and monsters? I don't know. It felt like a lot more than Godzilla.
Like which one? Like 2014 or King of the Monsters? Like
King of the Monsters definitely had more.
Yeah. King of the Monsters had more monsters on screen, but it was more variety too, I think.
Yeah, there was like Rodan, and then it was basically 2v2 kind of.
I like
Rodan and
I really liked how King of the Monsters had like these fights, but I really hated how it was like the Hydras from fucking space.
Yeah, that was kind of okay. We'll get to that later. Okay, so the other thing is here. One thing we know. Okay, so you guys are talking about how the blasts would kill them if they like radiation but they don't like the blasts. They have been yeah, but then we have history. We have history in the movie, which is that they used in the 50s. They
Yeah.
shot Godzilla with
Literally at
nukes and
the
nothing.
opening,
It did nothing, and they're
the
like,
opening
"Oh, we
credits
just have to make them bigger."
in
Like,
the
I
opening
mean,
credits of the movie, they literally bomb Godzilla on a viewing platform, and they see him get bombed,
yes,
and he's still around. He's still fine. He's loving life.
yeah. I
And
mean,
they
I'm
put
not gonna
him
say
back in the
like
movie.
it would. I'm not saying it would heal him, but then going like, "Oh, we're gonna just."
Well,
You know,
it does.
use a bigger one. It's just bigger now. Like, I mean,
Like,
come
what was
on,
the
dude.
issue? Like, if you hark over to, if you look forward to like King of the Monsters, a direct nuclear device does heal him more or less completely.
Yes.
In fact, it overheals him, and he gets too roided up, and he
Yeah,
just starts like
he
jizzing
starts
everywhere.
slaying everything.
Yep.
And okay, but here's the thing. That's why in King of the Monsters I like that they use that air destroyer or what an oxygen
The
destroyer thing.
oxygen destroyer.
I didn't even
Fucking
make
load of shite.
sense, but I liked it.
It didn't make sense, but it's not a nuke. So
Well, here's the thing.
It
It's
was a
from the
green nuke.
it's from the original. That's how they kill him in the first movie.
yeah, okay. So
Uh,
that's good because it's not just another nuke. It's not just saying, "Oh, we're gonna we're just gonna nuke him
It is
again."
another nuke. It's just
I
a nuke.
don't get how you like destroy oxygen.
Yeah,
what the
that
fuck?
doesn't make sense, of course. But
You
then
can't really destroy it. You can only like displace it.
So
So what it would
here's
do is force the oxygen
mind
out
you,
of the area.
it's a stupid sci-fi thing, but in the original like movie, it's basically like you said, it displaces it. It just removes it from anything that has it. So basically, all carbon-based life form in the area it affects are just like dead, like fossilized.
gonna die. They suffocate or something.
Well, in the
Like,
case of like
where
the
did they
original,
they
test
get
like,
this to know it destroys oxygen in such a huge radius?
yeah, well, in the original, he puts it in like a small fish tank, and it just becomes like a set of fish bones. It just like just disperses it.
Oh.
And
That's dumb.
it was supposed to be a parallel to a nuke in the sense of like a thing that destroys all life. But since the monster was made of radiation, they're like, okay, and even in the original movie,
We
they're like, well, we can't
can't
use a nuke, so we have to use
Right.
this thing that isn't a nuke.
Right.
Use
So
the nuke 2.0.
Yeah.
here's okay. So this is another thing that I found really stupid in 2014. So they said like this, the Golden Gate Bridge or whatever was backed up, right?
Yeah.
They actually had a police line that was stopping civilians from going past. I'm like, it's not backed up if you're stopping them from moving.
Well, no, they're trying to control traffic, like as in it is stopped up, so don't keep going in there. Like,
No,
Is
they were
that-
stopping them at the end. If you remember, the bus driver has to like he punches through the police line, and the police line was stopping people from going to the other side. That was just weird.
like you
And
realize that
that
they're
didn't
trying to
make
they're trying to stop traffic in one direction, right?
I don't know because like you can't just say, well, the Golden Gate Bridge is backed up, but we're the ones doing the backing of it. Like we're backing it up ourselves.
Well, no,
on
they're not
purpose.
backing it up. I'm saying is that they're on the side where like the other flow of traffic is going to be because they don't want people going into the city because they're evacuating.
Why would people go into the city if it's
not so
under
much-
attack?
Well,
Well,
that's
it's
why
not-
the cops are there to
Yeah.
tell them don't go here.
Because like it's not.
But
it's
then
not
the
backed
people
up so
leaving
much
the
as
city-
It's closed off.
Yeah, it's closed off. Like why? Okay, so you're you want people to leave the city so that the monsters don't kill them.
Correct.
But then you're stopping it there. Like, okay, only idiots would come back into the city while it's under attack from giant monsters.
Let's say you're
Well, they
you're
have the
assuming
right.
that the cops are the reason that they're stopped when they're not. Like,
well,
him
I saw
plowing...
nothing there.
There's cars in front of
I
them.
saw
It's
nothing
called
there.
traffic jam. That's where the jam is
There
coming
was
from.
just you go watch it back. Go watch it back later. You'll see that it's really silly. And then right. One thing I really liked about 2014 was like the two mutas had like sexual dimorphism. I actually like that, like the smaller male and the giant like flightless female. I enjoyed that. Like a lot of like even in King of the Monsters, you see like they're all just like one thing, and you're like thinking about like how they're breeding or how do they make more of them. They're just like just one thing, and I thought that was great in 2014 how they have like two of them and we know how they breed. So yeah, I enjoyed that.
I mean, it wasn't really a selling point for me. I didn't care about the breeding.
I mean, yeah,
it
you mean,
interested me.
but you know,
I don't
it
care about
answers a
monsters
question.
fucking, I just don't jerk it to that.
Well, of course I do. I don't know
Yeah,
about
but
you
it's furry.
guys.
Like,
Disgusting dog nipples.
I like it from a design standpoint. I'll say though that like if we're talking about that compared to like the other movies, it's like most of them are supposed to be like the one
Gods.
thing, because they're like the monster. Like Godzilla is
Yeah.
like, the
If you consider it in King of the monsters that are in it are like the peak apex of their respective species. It's like Godzilla's the best Godzilla, Mothra is the best Mothra, Rodan's the best Rodan.
I don't know. I mean, like
I also don't
you,
know,
you
but-
might think you would think that there's a few of their kind,
like if we look at the old movies, like if Godzilla had a son, like I don't know if that would be a thing they want to bring
Isn't
back.
in
'cause that's a bit-
1998? It's a female that lays eggs.
Yeah, and then
In
you have a little
19-
bunch of
Wasn't
like
that one of the-
Godzilla
They
velociraptors running around
Yeah.
and slipping on gumballs. Like,
it was a bad movie.
Like, fucking excuse me?
yes, I'm not joking. In the 1998 Roland Emmerich film with Matthew Broderick in it, it has a bunch of babies that are like velociraptor sized, and they like flee from them.
Yes.
And they slow them down by like tipping over a gumball machine, and all of them they're like babies, so they don't know how to walk right.
They start
so
slipping over.
They all slip on the. It's it's like the Three Stooges get
Am I
used
listening to?
It's,
Yeah. I mean, I liked it as a kid, but I was like 8 or something. I would
Yeah.
like giant monster movie, but
Oh,
the
no,
egg
it's-
scene was definitely dumb.
Yeah.
That Godzilla was like tall and skinny. It was weird as shit. It looked more like a legitimate dinosaur than a monster.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, we're
I
not
really
here to
liked the
talk about
design of it, but it was not used like well in the course of the movie. Like, not really good. And like
No.
that one also has a thing where Godzilla barely's in it, and you have a bunch of humans, but like it
Yeah.
doesn't have them in a way that's like fun. It's like the mayor is like I forget what it is. The mayor is like a parody of a critic that Roland Emmerich didn't like, so they just made him like an idiot just to be like, "Ha, you're dumb."
I don't think there was really a plot to that movie other than Godzilla happened to be in the city and was just in the way.
Yeah, Godzilla
Oh, yeah,
like went
that was
from like a
terrible.
nuclear testing site to like New York for some reason and laid eggs in their sewer system, and I'm thinking
Yeah,
there must be a closer sewer system than that. Like there's like at least in the 2014 one, like I'll say to allude to Lung's thing, like there are contrivances, but at least they have the idea of like let's follow the nukes or the nuclear plants. Like at least they have like a general vague like here's why I'm going in that general direction. It's
Like, I really always I came away from 2014 and I came into the Monster series and I was like, this is gonna be garbage. This is just I'm gonna sit here for an hour of my life that I could have been playing video games on, and then I'm gonna watch like a monster stomp on a town, and that'll be it. And 2014 was probably the best one I had out of that. It's not to say it's perfect. No, I don't think many movies are perfect. Obviously, as Brick said, it has contrivances like 1 second he causes a tidal wave, the next second he doesn't. I had to like walk away for a little bit of it, so I missed some shit like that. But overall, I think 2014 was probably the best one I watched out of all three.
Yeah.
Specifically-
So,
And how they operate.
yeah. Then the other thing is that like they say that these monsters are attracted to the nukes, but the attraction is so inconsistent. Like sometimes they're attracted to it, and sometimes they aren't. Sometimes like the Mutos are like chewing on them, like what do you call like snacks, just popping them like gummy bears.
Yeah, well, I
But
think that's it. It's based on like, is the monster hungry or not, or does it need to be healed or whatever? If it has nothing
Yeah,
wrong
but
with
then
it,
okay,
that's
but
no reason to
here's the
feed.
thing, right?
Mhm.
In the end scene where our protagonist basically like pushes the boat off and is basically lying there and gonna die, like,
Yeah.
and he's pushing the nuke out out to sea.
Yeah.
So at that point, then at that point you see basically the monsters looking at the direction of the nuke, but they weren't attracted to it at any point before that. And I'm like, okay.
Because before that, it was in their nest.
Yeah, since then it was being used to feed and like give
Yes,
their
but
babies nutrients, and then
right,
they
okay,
all
I
died.
understand that.
Okay, so here's the thing, Brick.
I
All right, so it
understand
was in their
that part.
nest for like nesting purposes.
Okay.
Then Godzilla shows up and they're
Okay.
fighting, and they take the nuke while
Okay.
they're fighting. So this is like saying, "Oh man, you're not gonna finish your sandwich while someone's beating the shit out of you." Oh man,
Yes,
why do
no,
humans
no.
even like food?
Well, I mean, if you consider they were fighting, and then our main character set fire to their eggs, and then they
Yeah.
immediately pushed off. Come on, dude. Like, it's. I mean, okay, fine. The eggs thing is different, but then the thing is, they would have been still fighting when they noticed the nukes on the boat. Like, they didn't die until after that, until Godzilla killed them after that.
Yeah, well, right. So Godzilla was fighting both the male and the female, and then the soldier destroyed the eggs, which caused the female
Yes.
to run off to check the eggs, and Godzilla was left fighting the male. The female went off in search of who destroyed her eggs and the nuke that was there. Godzilla was busy and out of the picture at that moment. So obviously a little bit battle damaged and in need of the nuke to like nurture future eggs that she'll give birth to at some point. Then she would have been attracted to the nuke as a source of nutrition. And then Godzilla
I mean,
obviously
I don't know.
killed
It's like we're supposed
I think we're reading too much into it.
to believe that
It's a giant monster fighting movie. Story, is secondary.
they're attracted
Well, I say like
the
attracted to
nukes
the
as
nukes
a
as if it's like
part
a
of
like it's not a constant thing. It's like again, it's like you can smell food
Like-
and notice food, but it's not like
Yeah.
it's
What do
not
you call
like catnip or a laser
like-
light where it's like they have to move towards it constantly.
It's like
you
a
can-
bear. It's like a bear trying to store food, or like
um,
a squirrel trying to store food. They had the nuke, so they didn't need it, and then when it was taken away, they needed it back.
we're
Yeah, it's like
supposed to
the
believe that no, we're supposed to believe that these creatures
coming in all right, Brick. You're
are attracted to the
Am
nuke.
I like crazy or is he just dying?
it sounds
Yeah.
like his connection is
As
kind of
if it-
wonky.
It's
Breaking up,
as
dude.
if it's like moths to a flame.
Well, it's not. Yeah, but the thing is, it's not like
We're
necessarily moths to a flame. It's just hey, there's food. Like they aren't
Supposed to believe
hypnotized
that
by it.
because that's how they're attracting them away
I feel like we're missing some context here.
Well, it's because
from
he's
the city.
not got a good enough
'Cause
connection
he's
to say
dead.
a full sentence.
like
It's-
that's how See,
this is the-
Okay,
thing,
I'll tell
right?
you while
Even
he's dying, I'm gonna look at Melt 2.0 resed. Okay, here's the thing.
and the other thing is, but when I'm if all creatures was to be a logic that they
Whoa,
use,
whoa.
but they like oh they're definitely gonna
Jesus
go towards nukes.
Christ!
What's happening?
Wait, what's going on?
You
What do
just
what's
you went
going on?
hyper mode.
You've been having connection issues for like the last minute. I'm gonna respond to chat. All right. So it's not you can dismiss criticisms because it's a monster fighting movie. It's a matter of the monsters aren't like gonna act 1-to-1 with like say like I said like a moth to a flame or like a cat to like a laser light. It's like they're animals. They can think. They can have like agency. They're not like sentient or anything. But it's a matter of they're fighting and breeding and eating, and there's a lot going on. And so just saying like, oh man, where were they for this period of time? It's like that's what they were doing. That's how the movie plays out. So
Yeah, but when the nuke was pushed out into sea, immediately they seemed to notice it. It's not like there was a break in the fighting.
But
They
there
noticed
was,
it as soon as it went to sea.
because the female was no longer involved in the fight because she had wandered off to check the nest.
and
it was just
also
the-
the monster's on the shoreline, and also they're like running away with it. So that's like, hey, someone's running off with my food. and you see them running off their food, and then you're like, why did they notice them running off with their food? And, like, that's how the plot is. It's how their mechanics work. It's not confusing.
I mean,
you know,
the movie has a
just,
very thin plot, so if it doesn't make sense, I'm
yeah,
not
it's
overly
monster eats
surprised.
nukes, you know, and like
Hungry.
uses it for like eggs and food and like whatever, and it's not even. I don't even think it's inconsistent. I think it's like you had a brief misunderstanding of what was going on and then interpreted it as like a movie issue, and I don't think that's the case of like seeing them do that, you know.
No, hold on here. I'm actually looking at the movie here, so I'm gonna see it now. Okay, so what happens is he's pushing out into the sea, right?
Right.
And then he pushes out into the sea. I'm not saying it's a big deal. I'm just saying that immediately they kind of like notice.
Yeah, because they're running off with their food.
It's kind of a nitpick. It's not a big deal. And yeah, of course, my bigger deal with that scene is him getting airlifted out when they said there's not going to be any airlifts. So yeah, that's my bigger problem there.
Yeah, but I think they had said there's not going to be any airlifts at a point when giant monsters were still a threat, because at that point the threat was dealt with.
Look, the idea of no extraction was the illusion of if you cannot disarm the bomb, then there's no way to get you in and out of there without risking other people's lives, so expect to die on this mission. That's not saying we will never have this. It's just, well, it's just that. It's just don't expect to be saved.
Yes,
But
but
we're evacuating anyways, and we don't expect you to succeed, and we're not relying on you to succeed. So we're evacuating, and we're trying to get people out of here. But if you happen to succeed, we'll come pick you up. That's
Yeah,
No,
basically
that
what
wasn't.
they
That
can't
wasn't
disarm
what
the bomb.
that wasn't
They're
what
like,
was said. No.
well, they're like, we're not going to go and chase you. They're like,
Obviously
expect it to
it
be a
was
suicide
said.
mission.
They said if you don't walk out of there, you're not getting extracted. That's literally exactly what they said.
Yeah, that's alluding
said
that it's a
if
suicide
you
mission
don't
because
walk-
you have to bring the nuke out to shore and kill yourself. Like, that's what they're alluding to.
But he did that, and then they airlifted him out.
Because he
Like,
defused the
come
bomb.
on, man.
Because he
It's
defused the bomb.
directly-
That's why he got airlifted
No,
out.
he didn't. He
He
didn't.
He said, but he told me.
Wait, how did he? He didn't do
Threw the
it. He
bomb
didn't
by
manage
doing
to
it.
get it open. He didn't get it. He didn't manage to get it open. What? He didn't manage to open up the bomb, dude.
Brick is broken.
Right, so they got out from the nest, and when they got out from the nest, they couldn't open the panel, so they couldn't defuse it, so they had to carry it.
Yes.
I'm getting a fucking migraine trying to work this shit out.
Okay, sorry. So
It's okay. I can read you another Laffy Taffy joke.
I misspoke. All right, he did not
go for it.
defuse the bomb. I did not mean to say that, but I did anyway. So that is incorrect of me to say. What I mean in this case is they alluded that he would have had to kill himself if he was like to bring the bomb out to shore, as in like, oh, you have to drive it out there and kill yourself. But he didn't because he's alive. So that's it.
The point was that they would go in to defuse the bomb because they decided that this was not the right way. Like, because there's a bomb, the bomb that the female Muto took was supposed to be defused because it's in the middle of 100,000 civilians. So their goal here was to get in, take the bomb out, and then defuse it. But he didn't manage to defuse it. He just put it on a boat and put it out in the sea, right? And the thing is, they absolutely said, if you don't walk out of there, you're not getting out because they're not sending airlifts. But they sent an airlift anyway. Come on, dude. This is directly contradicting what they said.
They're saying if you die, we're not going to come pick you up. Like that's not.
It's not about death. He said if you don't walk out of there,
if you don't walk out of there because
you're
dead.
not getting
Like-
out.
As in, if you die,
As
we
in-
won't come pick you up.
No,
There you go.
No. If you don't, like, basically they're saying you are not getting an airlift. That's what they're saying. They're not saying, oh, if you survive, we're gonna airlift you out. This is very clear. This is extremely clear in their dialogue. They say, if you don't walk out of there, you're not getting out.
I like this
They're
comment in
not going
chat.
to. They said, we are not going to send people to take you out of there. This is not what we're going to do. But they did it anyway. Come on, man.
Okay, so if that okay,
Because
even
it's
even if I
cerebral just
accepted
said-
that, even if I said that as a completely legitimate criticism, it can be fixed with they changed their mind.
Yeah, I mean, all
Ooh,
it
oh
says,
man, movie
it
roof.
changed his mind because
Literally what I said earlier.
reviewing it, it is just Ford drives the boat out to sea and is rescued by helicopter before the warhead detonates. That's they obviously just went, okay, we'll pick him up. I
And
think
the other thing is, it ruins the self-sacrifice because he's obviously sacrificing himself
yeah,
to
okay.
to basically get the to get the attention of these creatures and have like not kill everyone. But then you airlift him out, and you're like, oh, okay, I guess there's no
Yeah, but
self-sacrifice happening.
there was a change of plans because the big monster threat had been dealt with. Both the Mutos were dead, and Godzilla had collapsed. So they were like, I don't think we should probably blow up San Francisco now. Let the boat push out to sea, and let's
And
rescue
then
we
that
should
man.
probably keep
how
it.
do they know where to go exactly? Like he just
I
like put
wonder
out
if
some
he's on a
random
boat with a
skiff.
nuke.
Most soldiers,
Gee, where could he be?
most soldiers have
As I was going to say earlier, someone wrote in the comments, my nuke, my choice.
Well, here's the thing,
Yeah,
Greg. You gotta
but
realize
my point
helicopters weren't going to
uh,
work because the Mutos have EMPs, like natural EMPs, so any helicopter would fall in their presence, but now they're dead, so now helicopters work. So now they're like, oh, look, air extraction is an option.
I just don't think see, and the other thing is there's a huge amount of confusion, and they found this one guy on the boat. Like
They found
come
the
on.
one active boat in
Hey,
the
you're
entire
just
harbor.
looking for like reasons to shit on it, I swear.
I mean, I think you're obsessing over this point a bit too much. I mean, soldiers are pretty easy to find. They're all tracked pretty fairly well.
Right.
They have
okay, but
trackers.
then
There's a nuke. They know where the nuke is. The nuke has a tracker on it because they know exactly where to find it.
Yeah.
So, and
But
it's
at
the
this
one
point, the
moving
movie's
boat in
over
the whole harbor, and because
They needed to wrap things up with a bow.
like it's
Nah, man. Like with this amount of confusion, with this amount of destruction, I
it's the only boat
really
that's
doubt
moving.
it.
What other? There's no one else on a boat out there because they're
Okay,
either
but
dead
then
or
why wouldn't they
evacuated.
be using? Why wouldn't they be using their helicopters to airlift civilians? That have all that would obviously be like under a lot more stress because they were in the shit.
Right.
I don't think that has anything to do with how they
The
find
movie's
him.
over. The movie's over, guys.
I don't know
The
why.
movie's
Yeah,
over.
and the other thing
Let's
is,
move on.
Well, no.
Yeah,
You're saying they can't find him. I say they can find him, and then they're like, "Why did they use a helicopter for something else?" Like that's a completely different point. How does them wanting to help civilians affect their ability to find the one guy with the nuke in the harbor, like the only moving boat?
yes,
in
okay,
there?
and the other thing that in chat he's saying the nuke is still armed. Why would they take a chance of it blowing up? Like you had the timer, and they're just like, okay, we're gonna.
Sorry, let me just move
out.
1 billion people out of the town and not worry about the nuke.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any logical consistent. Like it doesn't make sense. And especially because they told him he's not gonna be airlifted out.
No, they
Well,
told him that
actually
because the
something they
EMPs
said.
were going to knock down the helicopters before, because you saw that earlier in the movie.
That's not why. That's not why.
It's
It's
not why
because
helicopters crashed around them earlier in the movie. That's why they said it wasn't an option. Like that's a consistent thing. They're like, helicopters don't work on the Muto, so don't expect a helicopter. Oh, the Mutos are dead. We're gonna come get you because they know exactly how. Mind you, they have a timer.
So wait,
they know how long until the nuke is gonna go off.
How do they know that the Mutos are dead? Like, did they confirm it? There was like so.
He killed them. You didn't. You saw it.
They just saw Godzilla rip a head off one.
Of course.
He
I mean, that's like saying an
atomic breath
active shooter
down
situation.
its neck. Like he
Look here.
jaw said, "Bleh." Like
Okay,
that's very dead.
Listen. Okay, listen here. You are like, see, when there's an active shooter situation, even if the shooter is dead,
oh my god!
We have an active shooter. He's about 400 foot tall.
It's a giant monster.
And yeah, look at this. Yeah, they were sending aircraft against the Mutos the entire time. They were.
So they had the aircraft sending against
them.
So that would explain why that explains how they know that they're dead. They're sending aircraft against the Mutos. They have eyes on them, so they see Godzilla killed it, and they're like, "Oh, we should get a helicopter to that one guy over there."
Yeah, okay, but listen, let me give you my analogy, right?
No.
If there's an
Don't give me an
active
analogy.
shooter
Just tell me
situation-
why
We
the
don't
movie
want
doesn't
your
make sense.
analogy.
If you have to use a fucking metaphor, then that's not
No,
like
look,
an explanation.
that's one way of making it make sense. Like, look at this. If you have an active shooter situation and you have shot them in the skull, right?
Excuse me?
There's still
Is
going to
the
be a
active
good
shooter
amount
half a
of
mile
time.
tall, Brick? Is the
Listen,
active
and
shooter
the other
something you
thing
can
is-
see from like miles
Okay.
and
Is
miles
the
away?
active
Hold on.
shooter in space, and is he like
And the female
more
Muto, okay,
big
you
than
can
the sun?
you can say, okay, the female Muto is absolutely dead. The male Muto was smashed into the side of the building. You don't know if he could get up or not, right? That's from, you're talking about like from our perspective. Okay, and the other thing is, this is the issue that I have most problem with. They said they were not going to airlift him out, and then they airlifted him out. That's
Because they
it's
couldn't,
Right.
and then they
silly.
could.
Listen,
That's
It's
that's
not
It's
that
silly.
big of a
It's
deal.
silly.
we have been arguing about this stupid airlift extraction for far too long.
Because Brick won't give the fuck up. Just agree
just
to
let him
disagree.
win. Just let him win. I don't care anymore.
You can't just say, oh, we're gonna just change
Yes,
our
we
minds
can!
on
Oh,
everything.
I
Yes, you
wanna
can.
be
The
right.
situation changed. The situation changed, so your options for what to do change. And they know how long the nuke until it goes off, because it has a timer. So the people on the helicopter know how long it takes to get there, pick them up, and leave. So it's not even a risk
Okay,
of,
but
oh, it
then
might
they
go
didn't
off while
take
we're
the
there,
nuke.
because they know when it's
Like,
going to
why
go
wouldn't
off.
they take the nuke and do something with it? Like, you could have like the jaws of life or something.
They gonna
on the
do
nuke
pick
and-
their nose with it?
The professional could not defuse it, and there might have not been
Yes,
enough time
because he was
left.
not able
They
to
just felt-
open the shield.
Yeah,
thing.
if I recall right, they said
With
that
his
guy was the only
bare
one who could
hands.
fucking do it.
They said he's the only person who knows how to do it. So
Very
if you have a rescue
convenient,
Okay.
I
team,
know, but
That's silly, first of all.
that's
and the
silly.
other-
that's
That's
Okay,
so
and-
silly.
Everyone's born with the capabilities to disarm a nuke.
And the
When
other-
I
the
saw
other
a child first come out of the womb, I was like, that kid right there knows how to disarm a nuke.
I could disarm a nuke. You know, like I'm built
That
different.
baby right there can
And-
fucking
and look
strangle
here,
a
even
nuke
if-
dead.
And even if you can say, okay, they changed their minds, you're gonna have to give me a scene or a line that
No.
says, "Oh, the
What
Mutos are
line?
dead. We
The
can
thing
change."
Why?
preventing them died. They saw it
Yeah,
die.
But you can't just say, "Well, okay, this particular
Are you-
team is not
Are
getting
you
an
familiar with
extraction."
like military
and then they
operations?
give
Like
him-
they change shit on a whim. They don't tell anybody.
I just
It-
want to
it's
like
just silly.
thank you for arguing with this for like 10 minutes because I've been like trying to fix my
Oh, it's
XCOM 2
longer
mods and
than
this
that.
is just helping me take my time to fix them.
Anyway,
think
it's
it's
not
time
it's
for
not
Tom.
that much of a big deal, to be honest.
That's not that much of a big deal. What the hell are you
Why am I
arguing?
chatting about it just
You've
for
been
so
on about it
long.
so
Silly.
long, like it's the
Sorry for
cornerstone
shouting,
that
but
will
Jesus
prove this movie is the
Christ.
fucking
Because
worst.
it's stupid. Because it's stupid.
I'm gonna kill
Well, I know of a
you.
few things that are stupid.
Okay, Brick, if this is the thing you're gonna focus on, if this is like your problem with the movie as a whole, and this is the
No,
thing you've
I
been
have
focusing
several
on,
problems with this movie. There's so many things, like this
one.
random child that just like is on the train that's part for like 10 minutes and then is no longer part of the film. And it's
What is
just
he
the
gonna do? Shoot Godzilla with 100?
No,
Peter
no,
Cannon?
it's just,
what should have
he's
been like
just- I'm not
Gamera,
saying
where he
he has
becomes
to
friends
shoot
with him?
Godzilla.
Like, what did you want from the child?
Yeah, later on in the movie, dude, the fucking child becomes Godzilla himself.
Yes,
like the
but why
child becomes
include
super.
that in the movie. And the other thing is the Hawaii part.
I
is
don't know.
completely useless.
Scan?
And the other like, see, are you gonna tell me that the humans were able to defeat the Mutos? Because no, they weren't. Godzilla
No,
defeated them. I'm saying that
Yeah.
this child being part of the movie for like 10 minutes and then not being a part of the movie again is
It was
it's like
just-
it's completely like it's like that.
The
It's like
child
that
was
set
only
of-
there.
Well,
to
you
help
well,
humanize
what it shows, it's not even like focusing on the child. We didn't
It's
get any
fat.
background. Like it's just showing that the
It's-
main character is willing to go out of his way to like save someone's fucking
yeah, but
kid.
it's fat on the film. It's fat. Like it's not.
Wait, it's fat.
It's not something that's
It's
relevant.
showing
or
him being
important.
heroic. Like if Spider-Man
Yeah,
saves
it's not
like,
even.
a random...
It's not even like that because we see the main character himself and what's happening to the main character. The child just happens to be there.
Yes, but you're
Well,
making
look, the
a
child's
film.
parents were just
You're
very
not
bad.
like
and
this
forgot
is
to
not
take
a
their child off the street.
documentary.
Yeah, I know we're making a film. We're seeing one of the main characters from the film get like thrown off the train, and you're like, "How dare he hold on to that child?" Like, what?
The child was just a
That's not my
humanizing
point.
moment.
I'm saying
for-
that this child was not plot relevant in any way.
Yeah, but that's
And
why they
it
No.
didn't even give him a
just been
fucking
Shows
name.
that he was. It gave.
They didn't
Sus-
even
Child
give him
was
a
only
name.
there to make Ford look good, so that
Yes.
you would feel bad when he is trying to sacrifice himself. That was it.
Yeah.
That's the only reason.
Literally.
Now, can we move on to the next movie?
Like, Brick, like if Superman like saves a plane of people and then he like lands a plane and he flies off, you're like, why wasn't the plane in the whole movie? He should have been friends with each and every one of them. Like, what's
That's
your...
not the.
Rick would have been like, Superman should have thrown the kids into
saying
the
that if
ocean and
you-
went to go
if
stop
you-
the
no,
bad
no.
guy.
If you have a character that becomes involved with your main character for a while,
Involved?
and then you just kind of like remove them from the movie, it's
Involved
not good.
how? He's just like,
Well, I want the
hey,
child to pick up.
He shows up and quickly leaves. The kid builds yet an even bigger nuke.
The kid was really
No,
a
there's a
monster.
bunch of-
No, the kid summons Gamera, all right? Gamera is a friend to all children, and he knows how to defeat the moon.
The kid was actually Jet Jaguar.
He summons Rim Lazar.
Right. So the
Okay, so
Mutos
a
are
kid
dead.
who is not
Godzilla
named is too important to the plot, and they use a helicopter to save a guy. All right, worst movie of the year.
No,
I
okay, so-
understand completely.
That
That's the
That's
main
fine.
two
That's-
arguments you've made so far. I'm waiting for more.
No, we're done.
Please, I want more.
No, just tell your stupid Laffy Taffy
Issue.
joke while we get ready for Kong.
I threw it away. I guess I'll find another one.
Right. So
That I had-
that
Let's
nuke
see
moment
here.
that you are
What
upset
Laffy
with,
Taffy
Mark.
joke are you getting this time?
What?
Well, what are options?
Was
like
that-
A, B, C,
was
1,
that-
2,
was that
like
the joke?
random child, and then
No, I don't know. I'm just picking it out of
just
the
goes away.
fucking box. Give me a second.
Brick, are you disconnecting in? I feel like you're just having random sentence fragments and don't acknowledge that we're talking.
Wait.
Like,
Yeah, he is.
yeah,
uh,
Brick, get a better internet. Just
other thing. That's
He's been talking. Okay, so Laffy
basically
Taffy
it.
joke. What can make splits with no legs?
a banana.
Dude, how did you guess the fucking joke?
I am
Was it
the
a
genius.
banana
I can see the future.
Literally, that was the joke. I'm staring at it. I was like, they're gonna
and
be
the
like,
other-
I don't get it.
extreme some shit. Like it's so.
What can you call a cab that never stops?
Uh,
Oh, a car that never stops. Sorry.
But
a car that never stops.
Yeah, what can you call a car that never stops?
I don't know.
I don't know, broken.
That was actually funny. Cargo.
Fuck off.
Oh,
Oh shit.
I like it being broken better.
yeah. Though that actually made me laugh a bit more.
Rick, are you still there? Like, are you still arguing this?
I'm pretty sure he's indefinitely talking to himself while his internet dies.
That's fine. He's the only one who thinks this one's bad, so it's he can do that all he wants. I don't care. It's
His opinion smells.
it's not. It is this thing is like it's got some like pacing and everything else. Like I'll say this one, I'm not getting into it because we will get into it. At least it didn't have that white-haired guy coming in with his like fucking yucks every like 2 minutes.
I hate him
Oh,
so
God.
much.
And
Yeah.
King of the
We'll get
Monsters.
to him.
Yeah.
We'll get
Yeah,
to him.
fuck that guy. Every time that guy said anything, I felt like he was literally about to get up, go home, and like try to sleep.
I feel like he was
Insulted his
from a different
pronoun.
movie. And he
This is
just
gay
wandered
boyfriend.
onto the
You know,
set
that,
without a
that
script.
guy with the white hair reminded me of. Have you ever watched?
No one questioned.
Have you ever
it.
watched Adam Ruins Everything?
No.
No.
Or familiar with it?
I've seen
He
a
just
clip.
reminds me of that guy so much. I can't remember his name.
Wouldn't it be Adam? Like the
Ruins everything.
Swear to God.
No, he reminded me of Rob Schneider
just
from
wanted to
like
laugh.
Demolition Man. Like he's just
Adam
there.
Conover. That's it.
Oh, okay.
If you look up Adam Conover and then look at that white-haired guy, they just remind me of each other, and I hate them both. Because Adam thinks he's right all the time, and this white-haired dude just thinks he's a funny fuck. And I just want to hit him.
I think
it's always-
generally speaking. Okay, let's move on to Skull Island.
Oh,
if
are you
want.
back now, Brick? Welcome back. I'm glad. I'm glad you could join us. You were way disconnected for like 3 or
Yeah.
4 minutes. Are you okay now? Can you breathe?
Hopefully, I switched over.
Switch. From what to what?
From internet to another internet.
I switched over from the other side of the world.
I
Why do you have multiple internets?
I don't know.
Wow, you.
One of them. All right, so then Skull Island.
Right,
Let's
whatever.
go for-
Kong Skull Island. Let's go, boys.
All right. I like the filmography and like cinematography in this because there's a lot of really cool shots, but that's about the only thing I really genuinely like. Everything else is anywhere from meh to like actually bad. I could not tell you the name of any character.
No. Kong
Yeah,
Skull Island, like I think they must have put all their money towards like the actors because the CGI in this movie, if it's not the monsters, is significantly worse than the other two movies in the series. Like
we're talking
in the
about
very beginning with
Kong.
Yeah. In the very beginning, where
look at my
the
thoughts.
dog fight in the plane's shadow is fucking jagged on the ground.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
Oh
just
man.
yeah, I
like-
saw that.
you can tell like the CG is definitely worse compared to the other two movies. But that's because they shelled out all their money for big name actors because they knew this movie was going to be shit.
They
Mhm.
introduced like 1 billion actors all at once. Like have
I
you
mean-
seen King Kong 2005?
Is that the Peter Jackson one?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, way better. I don't even know if
It's
it was a good
way
movie anymore. But like what I remember of it, it was such a way better movie than this Kong. Like the comedy in this movie does not need to exist. Like there
It
wasn't any
doesn't land.
comedy. There wasn't any comedy in 2014, apart from like some passing comments. I think maybe like some
That's
snide
one
shit.
good thing. They
Yeah.
didn't do it in. They did it way too much in KOTM for sure.
Yeah. So they did it in Kong, and then for some reason they thought that was the best part of this movie. Let's do it more in King of the Monsters. In fact,
Dude.
let's get some white-haired cunt in to just fucking tell shitty jokes and sex shit.
Dude,
Yeah.
again, that guy
okay.
sounded like the gayest of all of them. Kong, my opinion on Kong is that genuinely, I didn't understand what was happening. It was a fucking mile a minute with that movie. Like, characters would literally spew out dialogue like it was diarrhea. I don't even understand. Not only that, right, but the movie was just so fucking fast, and I don't even know if I have time to process, and I feel like it was fast just so they could throw more things into it. There was no particular reason or rhyme
Like,
for them either. It was just
My
like,
issue here.
here's things.
Okay, so the wait, am I connected?
Yes, you are alive.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
why we silenced.
Welcome.
Okay, so in the beginning already we have a problem, which was they say that Monarch is gonna get shut down once the Vietnam War ends, as though it's somehow connected to the Vietnam War. I'm like, why is that a thing? Why wouldn't you defund the monster hunting? Why wouldn't you like take that money and put it into the war effort instead of having this stick around? And then you're like, okay, once the Vietnam War ends, once then we're gonna what do you call it, dissolve this monster hunting team. I'm like, or rather organization. It makes no sense. Like what use is that during the Vietnam War, and why does it end on the day of the end of the Vietnam War? It's just it's
By
just
the
so
way, since
silly.
we're now spending less money on the war, we're going to defund the monster hunting program.
Right?
Yeah, but Monarch wasn't even an official government program anyway. So like, how could they?
Yeah,
They
literally,
would
they
not.
were a private organization originally.
They weren't. They were taking money because they were taking money from the government because they like, what is it? They said like some little intern isn't going to notice. Like the amount of money they take is like a rounding error or some shit. It doesn't
Like
really matter.
they said, I thought they said like one of the presidents like formed it after they discovered Godzilla.
Yeah, Truman. In 1946, they said.
Yeah. So like
Yeah, so
they
they found Godzilla, and then they
now mind
made-
you, the origins of Monarch as a whole were like before that, because like King of the Monsters alludes that it's been around since like ancient societies, you know. But like
yeah, King of the Monsters. It says that this woman was like what 3 generations.
Like
and King of the
third
Monsters-
generation.
yeah,
Well,
Yeah,
that's
which
what,
means
60-odd years.
easily what, like 100 years, maybe more.
No. I
well, like
guess.
they
So,
show
like,
like
around
4
the-
generations of like the Mothra twins So like it's been going on presumably for a while, and they just didn't become like a officially named U.S. government organization until Truman.
Right.
They don't explain that
Anyway,
in Kong though, so it's not as relevant. But
Oh, they don't explain much about Monarch and Kong. They
yeah,
just
no,
like, okay.
all the explanation comes in King of the Monsters.
Yeah, so we basically have the John Goodman's character and some other people who are basically thought of as crackpots, and they're like, okay, we're gonna go to Skull Island. And yeah, so basically they find out that John Goodman is dropping bombs on Skull Island to flush Kong out, just to prove that he exists, because John Goodman was like the only survivor of some boat. I'm like, okay, like that's so stupid. Like
Boat.
they're like he just like killed his entire crew just to show that Kong exists. It's like, okay, we're literally gonna take you to Skull Island and kill all of you.
Okay. Here's the thing. At the very start of the movie, that really bugged the shit out of me. They like fly their fucking helicopters in, right? And then immediately, like a palm tree is thrown at one of them, and it's not throwing like a spear or a javelin at
Yeah.
first, which already is fucking silly. And it takes the entire helicopter out because it's a tree, and it's like, okay, well that's kind of stupid. And then the next scene, I think the next helicopter is taken out by a monkey's hand, like a giant ass monkey's hand. And I'm like, at that point, I'm like, why don't you just fly higher? What are you doing? You're in an aviation vehicle. Why are you just letting a monkey kill you?
Ah man,
like,
but
literally,
the monkey can jump high though. He's got monkey
The monkey
agility.
can jump high. They're in a helicopter with miniguns on the side, and they're just sitting there like,
literally, if
guess
they went to
we'll
another, like,
just
20
keep
meters,
flying in the danger.
20 meters up, 20 meters further away, they could have all just like whittled Kong down until he was dead.
Literally, could have just shot him to death. No, they keep flying at him like fucking retards.
Or like,
Just
if
dodge
you're
the occasional
seeing,
tree.
or like if you're not winning the fight, you could just fly away, but they don't do that.
I mean,
no, they could have. They did. It got closer to him when they were minigun. Like they were like arm's length away from him, and like, what are you doing?
Yes. And the other thing was, the entire section was so contrived. Like only our main characters, their 3 helicopters get damaged, but not damaged enough so that they can't leave. Sorry, they can't fly. Just damaged enough so it gets grounded.
I mean, right, so Kong Skull Island should just be like renamed to like Samuel L. Jackson giving a big monkey the stink guy for like an hour. That's all he does in this movie. It's like
That's literally the entire movie. It's like him meeting his inner demon. He just wants to be a monkey, but he hates the monkey, so he suppresses it. That's the whole fucking movie.
Why don't you just fly higher? What is this, Monster Wars: The Rise of Kong? Yes.
I mean,
oh yeah, and then this really dumb line really pissed me off. Brie Larson tells Tom Hiddleston that she's an anti-war photographer, and I'm like, that doesn't mean anything. Like, he calls her a war photographer.
Yeah, I mean, you're still going and making a profit off war, just because like you're like war is bad. Like your money comes from death of people.
It's just her being a cunt.
There's no
like.
Oh yeah, she's really good at playing that these days.
I'm not.
It's
right. Look, so I like 25 odd minutes into this movie, like I still don't know why they why did they care about finding this monkey?
Oh no, it's killing Brick again. Does that mean I get to tell another joke?
You can if you want to, yeah. I guess that's the gag now. Go for it.
What do trees and people each have?
Limbs?
That would have been good. Roots.
Roots?
Roots. Okay. What has 4 eyes? And that's the eyes you look out, like you look with, that you can poke out and get rid of, but can't see.
Potatoes.
I don't even. Actually, yeah, that kind of makes sense. No, the answer is Mississippi.
What was the joke again?
What has 4 eyes but can't see?
Oh, okay, Mississippi. Yeah.
Mississippi.
Ugh, that's
Ugh.
horrible.
How do you
And-
make your candy called Laffy Taffy and no one's fucking laughing unless they're like making fun of it?
It's literally cringe. Cringe
It's
taffy.
So silly.
It is.
Right, so
Okay,
why did they
so-
want Kong? Why did they want Kong? Just tell me. Why did they want this big
Okay.
fucking
I don't
thing?
even. I think to prove he exists, so their company wouldn't go over. That was it.
So what?
Th-
Okay, so
no,
they
there
could,
was
they could,
two
they could
things.
fly, take a photo, and then fuck off
Well,
again.
Well, yeah,
No, there was-
it's mentioned. By
There's
the
two groups of people
monarch, huh?
actually in this. There's two groups of people. Okay, the only
black and
person who
whites.
wanted Kong, was John Goodman, and he gets killed. The others was
It's killed.
yeah, the others were like the mapping mission, and then there was the army guys, and the army guys wanted to kill Kong because they got their arse handed to them in the Vietnam War, which is basically it.
So many of them could have lived if they were just like, comes with the fucking job. Death is a risk. Let's just get out of here.
Like
Fucking
Wanted
idiot.
to eat a jawbreaker, and I found a pair of jawbreaker testicles. This is unrelated to anything. What the fuck?
Sorry, what? You find testicles?
Exactly.
Like, here's the thing. If all John Goodman wanted was, like, some pictures or anything, then all they could have done is, like, did a bomb for the island, then have the helicopters go up and then be like, take a picture of anything that you see or anything that moves, and then we're out. You know?
But then the rest of the mission wasn't gonna happen, which is like they
So
wanted
they
to
should
do a
have written it
survey
better
of the
then.
island.
Like, that's the
But they
thing.
didn't need to do this, right? Well, I guess that like this island, it wasn't part of their whole Hollow Earth thing. It was just to get Kong to come out in the open.
That
When
was
all,
only
like, with
John
the amount-
Goodman though. With
with the amount of like helicopters they had, it's a small island. They could have flown across the island within this period, like a half a day, and photographed everything. Kong would have been there somewhere. They would have found that tribe of people. They could have landed down. They could have avoided like blowing the island up and waking up all those other monsters and pissing off Kong. But no.
Well, the other thing you gotta realize, too, if you compare it to, like, the 05 one, is, like, well, one, they actually wanted to survey the island, so them, like, being around in, like, danger makes sense, and they also didn't have, like, access to helicopters at the time. So, like, that's all well and good.
They didn't want to survey the island. The survey was just like a con. They
Yeah.
needed to drop the bombs to like get a reaction.
Yeah, so I mean, is like,
They
if
wanted
I'm
it
comparing it to that
to
movie, them being
measure-
in danger in Peter Jackson's Kong makes sense. Them being in danger here seems like negligence or just like, oops, they forgot, you know?
Like Peter Jackson's
No.
Kong is like they land carefully, safely. Well, no, they go on a boat, isn't it? But like
Yeah.
the boat
they get on
runs
the
aground.
island and then they're in constant danger by like just being there. Whereas in Kong, they bomb the shit out of the place and attack the big fuck off monkey. Peter Jackson's Kong was so much better. I'm gonna watch it later, and
It's actually a legitimately good movie. I watched.
I would
it.
rather
I
review
really
it.
liked it. I really loved it. I enjoyed it a lot.
Unrelated
okay.
again, but I posted my picture on the podcast chat so we could look at it.
Right,
There
wait,
it is.
before we look at this, like you said something about testicles. Did you post a picture of your testicles in the chat?
Why would I do that? That is disgusting.
Well, I don't know. Well, you just said about testicles, so I'm kind of confused and worried.
Look at it. It's a pair of jawbreaker testicles. They're just I don't understand how they got packaged like that.
Wait, what?
Did they not come in twos?
Yeah.
It looks like
No,
a-
they're not supposed to. It's supposed to be one.
Are you sure?
I have a fucking box of shit right here, right?
Show me another one. Show me another one.
Yeah, put it on my desk right now. Here's another one. It's red. This is what it's supposed to look like.
that looks normal. It looks like
Yeah, it's
Anyway,
a big
Tell me
that's-
that's
we're-
normal. It
we're-
looks.
okay. We're getting off
Terrible.
topic, and I don't think the chat
little
can
bit.
see us. So
No, the
Um,
chat cannot see the jawbreaker testes.
Yeah, so
for
never
for
mind, let's
knowledge
move
of
on.
that, Long is upset that he's got more candy than he should have.
Well, why? Why?
Yeah, that's-
Look, that's a normal one.
Right, okay, fine. I'll give you that.
Right, so anyway,
What happened?
everything is foobar, and they're like, oh man, what do we
Yeah.
do about Giant Monkey?
Kill him.
Many things are foobar.
Yeah.
I don't even know-
The other thing that was
I-
extremely contrived that I didn't like is like they're like, oh, we only have 3 days to get to the refuel team at the north side of the island, and and I'm just thinking here, this is supposed to be a routine mission, mapping mission. There's no reason for them, for one thing, not to stay there. And the other thing is, we know that radio contact is cut off between the island and outside the storm. But if they're inside the island, you can radio them, you know?
Yeah,
So it
well,
just
I mean,
doesn't
I can understand that because the storm's like a big wall of clouds and electricity, so it would act as a static barrier and prevent any signal from going out. So it does make sense from a scientific standpoint.
Yeah,
that way,
but I'm saying that no, but what I'm saying is, once the refuel team comes in, you can contact them, right?
yeah. So yeah, technically,
So
if the refuel team came
that
in
part
the
can
3-day
be-
window and was like, "Why are you guys not here?" They could radio and be like, yeah, spot a bother. There's a big fuck off monkey."
I was
just
gonna say
wait for
one
us
thing I
until we
really
get
hated
there.
about the movie, right, is that
All of it.
I really hated it too, is that literally people are introduced purely to die. And I can get you do that, but like there's no other reason for them to show soldiers, and they try to give them like personality, and then 2 seconds later they just die, and it's like, why? What was the point of this? It happens so fucking often
I mean,
too.
the same is the point for the child.
The child didn't even die though.
The child didn't die. The child didn't have a name.
Yeah,
All right.
here's the thi-
They didn't try and characterize the child. They tried to characterize these soldiers like, oh, you must love this character, die. Whereas the child is like, this character is, like, to prove this character's a hero, leaves. Like, they're completely different, Brick. You're fucking reaching, all right?
Okay,
You
but
just
so wait,
don't
so
even.
you're telling me that Game of Thrones is bad because they make you care about a character and then they kill him off?
What? No,
And then a
no,
giant dragon comes over.
Is that what?
No, the
No, I didn't
criticism.
even care. That's a here's the thing,
criticism
right?
is
Here's
that
my
they
criticism.
The criticism is that they don't make the characters likable enough or like invested in us enough for us to care when they do get launched on by a monster in Kong.
People are talking for me, and I hate this. So here's my point, right? Is that like when they're all shot down, they're walking around and shit. There will be like a soldier, and like in the start, we get a little bit of communication with the soldiers, like, "Oh, hey, you know, whatever, hey, hello." And then later on, it's like they'll meet up an entire squad, right? And that squad will be like, "Oh, I'd see you again. Oh, dude, it's so cool." We get nothing more from this squad. We get nothing ever again. And then later on, he gets stomped on by a spider, and I'm supposed to care.
That fucking spider thing was so
Like-
dumb. He looks
like
up
what-
and gets like a spider leg through his mouth and out his ass.
I like the creatures a lot.
You like the
Like,
creatures?
what
The
is
creatures-
going
they were
on?
so poorly designed. It was a big bamboo spider, and then the skull walker things were a pair of arms and a tail.
Like, I also kind of like the visual aesthetic of the monster, but like the general scene of that is like kind of dumb in that they're like, oh, they just don't notice the trees like moving around until after it kills one. And it doesn't even seem that it did it intentionally in the sense of like it doesn't seem to do that to the rest of them. It's just kind of like flailing around. But it's a spider that also has crab arms and also like dangling sticky organs to trap
Yeah,
people.
like
It's-
Just testicularized
or
people.
something. It looked like it fired out its intestines to grab someone.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
it's
I liked it though.
like it's
Yeah, I bet you would.
I like the visuals of it, but the scene is just not particularly well executed, and that's part of kind of what we're talking about is the character who died, we weren't like, oh no, Steve the soldier. We're just like, oh shit, that looks painful. Like
But you know what?
no
That
care.
it's not even painful. It's just like, oh, there goes the guy. Like they introduce people constantly just to have the island kill them in some way, and it's like, what?
You know what was dumb? You know, like they keep on talking about this big bad version, like the king of the fucking Skullwalker things,
Yeah.
and it comes out and it's just it's the exact
This is a bigger
same.
version.
It's a little bit bigger. It's the exact same, and it's a different color. Nothing else is like intimidating
Yeah,
about it.
I didn't like that at all. No, it's just the bigger version. It's like,
And
oh,
then-
it's the guy, the what do you call it? John C. Reilly's character is like, oh, this is the big one, and it's like, yeah, it's literally just the big one.
It's
You
the
know
exact same
what?
thing.
You know what pisses me off the most about this movie? Like, I generally think the movie is good, but, and this relates to John C. Reilly's character specifically, alright? The opening of the movie is him and, like, a Japanese pilot who are, like, at each other's
Yes.
throats, and then, like, Kong, like, basically prevents them from killing each other by just, like, scaring the shit out of both of them. And then he mentions how they became, like, friends and, like, you know, learned to, like, cooperate and live together and everything else, and I'm like, okay, So you could have had a movie set in the 40s with a pair of people who are like on opposing sides of the army, slowly learning to accept each other's differences and grow as friends and brothers while they fight for survival in this like hostile environment, with Kong being like a
With
major
giant
factor
things.
in the background. That would have been amazing character development set piece for the movie. And instead, they just take that really cool opening. It amounts to fucking nothing except for having a guy from fucking Tim and Eric
It
come
happens
around and be
off-screen.
like, yeah, because it's like, oh man, I'm from the 40s. I don't know what modern things are. and
Now
that's
hold
the whole
on
thing.
here. Now hold on here. Brick was talking about off-screen issues earlier.
Uh-huh.
And now why is it that it's okay that it's off-screen now?
I said it's
It's
bad
not,
that it's
not
off
okay.
screen.
It's bad.
But you said that this movie's the
I would
best
have
out of
preferred that
three,
movie.
despite having the same issue.
No,
So why does it have the same
issue,
fucking issue?
having the same issue doesn't make it like worse than the other one. It's
but if you're consistent, then it should. Like, that's the thing.
wait, no, you're talking about an entirely different movie. You're
No,
talking
but
about
that's the
making
point,
an
though.
entirely
If
different
one-
movie.
If an issue is an issue, then it should be like equivalent across the movies.
My issue in Godzilla 2014 could have been solved with a single throwaway line, and but this, you're talking about a better movie. Yeah, they could have definitely been a better movie. That
Yes,
would have
that's
been a
why
much
it's
more
not
enjoyable movie.
that great a movie, because they could have had that. Instead, they're like, no, I want Tom Hiddleston and Brie Larson to mildly flirt with each other and then have it amount to
Yeah,
nothing.
no. The thing about Tom Hiddleston and Brie Larson is Brie Larson kind of glommed onto him randomly on the
Mhm.
boat, and then we're supposed to believe there's some sort of tension there, but they're just kind of like standing
Yeah,
next to each other.
we all know you want to shag the monkey.
He wants to
That-
shag with the monkey.
No, like Brie Larson just wants to hump the monkey.
That's the thing I don't
I
get
mean-
with this. It's like, she's like,
I'll
I don't
be
like
a
Samuel
monkey's uncle.
Jackson's character because he's like a soldier and he kills people. But Tom Hiddleston's character, he's like a former mercenary or something.
Is
And,
that
like-
Yeah.
I never was really explained. I just saw him playing pool and then
SAS.
kill two people. Was that his deal?
Yeah,
SAS.
he used to be a mercenary. And so then it's like, okay, Samuel Jackson's bad because he kills people, but Tom Hiddleston is good and he kills people.
Because he's British.
because he's
because he
British.
kills people for more money.
Because he's British, isn't it?
Okay.
I hear a fucking British kid say that constantly. I hate it.
What in it?
Yeah, isn't it? He says it
In it, bruv.
ironically. I'm like, I'm about to punch
In it,
him.
bro. You gotta give me in that.
Well, it's Tuesday, isn't
Let's see. He said H instead of H. It's like, motherfucker.
I understand one thing is that one of the reasons that Tom Hiddleston is like the quote unquote good guy is because Samuel L. Jackson is taking out his frustrations with the Vietnam War on Kong, and he isn't, which is. And
Samuel
they
Jackson
rec-
wants
and
to
they
fight the monkey that has
recognize-
killed all of them, and Tom Hiddleston does not. And like,
Yeah. No, Sam Jackson
Pretty much.
doesn't understand that he's protecting his territory from people who actually invaded and exploded it. So
Yeah, so it's Vietnam all over again, except instead of the Viet Cong, it's just one big monkey.
it's just Kong.
The Viet Cong have
The
become
Vietnamese
one
is
big
Kong.
monkey.
There's no
The
Viet here.
Vietnamese people have collectively
no
become a
Viets.
big fucking ape.
well, that's the thing. I found Sam Jackson's character just the most compelling, just because he has like a motive and an arc and some like emotional things
I
for
thought
him.
he was just a twat.
What's emotional about him? He just stands there. He's like,
There's no
God
emotion.
damn
It's just he was
monkey.
like he was
He's
like
like
an
he wants
arrogant
to
idiot
kill
stuck in his
Kong.
ways.
Well, he
had-
felt like
Dude, if
listless and
Samuel
purposeless
Jackson
before.
went to King Kong's house and he saw a bunch of little apelets running around, he'd be like,
Kill him. I mean,
Little monkeys.
if he had honestly sat down for 1 second and thought about it, he would have realized that the best situation is just to get on with it, get to the northeast end of the island, and fuck away off home again.
Well, yeah, but
But
like
instead, he holds up
my-
tags like they killed these men, and I'm gonna kill him.
Well, like
Fucking idiot.
the thing for him, and it's not like it's a great character arc. I'm just saying, of this movie, he is the best of them, and none of them were great. It's just that he felt like he lost his purpose or like, you know, whatever, because he had to abandon the war. And it's like, well, that was my whole shtick. So now he's like, oh, I can find purpose again by fighting this thing. Like, I have a rival again. And I find that to be compelling.
that's his.
That's not
Samuel Jackson rejected humanity and became monkey.
like...
Yeah, but like the thing is, it doesn't. If he actually thought about it, he'd he's
No,
pretty
if
stupid.
he thought about it and it was rational for 1 second, then yeah, we would not have any of those issues as far as like him being irrational. I don't find that as compelling, but it would have made him less stupid. So that would have been a positive.
If they had thought about it for 1 second, when they first showed up on the island and a helicopter got brought down by a tree, they would have just stopped.
And
They would have stopped, saw the giant monkey, and be like, "Hold on a second, let's not engage for a moment," because he was just standing there looking foreboding.
Yeah.
If
They
Samuel
didn't
L.
even
Jackson
engage
walked
the
up with a
monkey. The monkey
helicopter,
just threw a fucking tree at him.
yeah, no, look. Well, I mean, they were dropping bombs first of all. So someone
No,
comes
they
to your
didn't.
house. They were dropping
they were
bombs like
dropping
charges.
the seismic bomb things.
I
Yeah,
don't
that's
remember that.
what upset
They were
him.
dropping bombs under the guise of like geological survey.
It actually apparently didn't help because the
Does
guy,
What?
the dude was like, what do you call it? One of the dudes, that the black guy, he was like, look, we're getting such good readings and such. So I don't think it was like completely worthless in that regard.
It
She's like,
is
"Oh,
in the
this
grand scheme
confirms
of
my
Well,
things,
Hollow Earth
right,
theory."
because it's supposed
So-
to like demonstrate a hollow earth theory, which they touch on in King of the Monsters, but only the white-haired guy
Yeah.
even believes it. So it wasn't enough data to actually prove or show that it exists.
The black guy that was with John Goodman, he did a presentation on the Hollow Earth theory, which is why he was doing the geological survey.
Yeah.
And John Goodman had him there under the pretenses of, yeah, I believe in your Hollow Earth survey, but he was using him just to get the Kong.
True. Also,
No, not necessarily. I think he did actually believe it too. I'm not gonna say he didn't.
Well,
Also,
John Goodman.
to-
Yeah,
John Goodman, yeah,
no.
we don't
Yeah,
know.
he probably believed it, but he was also using it as a pretense just to get the Kong.
To
Yeah,
respond
most
to
likely,
chat real quick, I'm not going to go far into it because I would actually spend hours gushing about it. Shin Godzilla is amazing. I don't think anyone else here has seen it, but it's actually amazing.
No, you haven't.
It's really, really good.
Is
Go
it a
watch
movie
it.
or a series?
Yeah. Sorry, I just want to keep in line with chat. It's really good. No idea. It's kind of dry. It's very similar to like the original Godzilla in that it's like a lot of like people preparing and like responding to Godzilla in regards to stuff, but it's a lot more like meticulous and a bit more dry. Anyway, not gonna go into
Looking at it, the Godzilla looks a lot like the old version of Godzilla,
Yeah,
except he looks kind of like necrotic.
yeah, very like deformed, borderline demonic looking, and I love his design in it, and there's so many cool moments. But I'd say about half the movie is people in like science buildings and office buildings discussing what to do with Godzilla, and a lot of people, like, if people took issue with not seeing Godzilla while soldiers run around and like prepare shit and have like battles and whatnot, and they said, oh, that's not great because we need more Godzilla, then they would absolutely think it's like really, really boring in Shin Godzilla. The first like quarter of a movie is people in government buildings being like, what should we do in response to the monster currently wrecking our shit? They're like, let's pass a resolution, and in order to do that, we need to go to this other government building. Let's all convene there in an hour.
Okay, so Shin Godzilla's budget was 15 million.
Yep.
And Kong's budget was 185 million.
And Shin Godzilla looks significantly better, like in every single way.
I mean, to be honest, Western animation has dropped quite significantly. We can talk about that later. But like
Western animation, it's kind of
I
got
think-
lazy.
like
Oh,
I'm
really?
not even
Has
joking.
it? Just
I'm
like
not,
our industry.
I'm not even joking here, but 2005 King Kong looks better than all three of these movies.
2005. Oh
the
yeah,
Peter
sorry.
Jackson King Kong.
I would agree
Yeah,
with
no,
that,
it's-
except for 2014 Godzilla. Like, Peter Jackson's
Yeah,
Kong looks
2014
better.
Godzilla was pretty fucking good.
Yeah, like 2014 Godzilla looks better than Peter Jackson's Kong, but Peter Jackson's Kong looks better than Kong Skull Island or King of the Monsters.
Yeah, I mean, Kong Skull Island, like, at the end of the day, he is a big gorilla, but he walks like a human.
At the
Yeah,
end of
that's
the
one of
day,
my
he's just a
issues.
fucking monkey.
Yeah, but
No,
he walks
I
like
really
straight up.
didn't like that. I really did not like that. They gave him a human's body.
Yeah,
Instead of again, not to harp too much on this, but
It's
when
like
you
he's a
look at
monkey.
King Kong 20,
he's just me if I
Like,
forget to shave for a day.
yeah, no, if you see Peter Jackson's King Kong, it's an actual gorilla, and he's walking on his knuckles like a gorilla
Yeah.
does.
There's no
But this
knuckle
is like
dragon in
you've
this.
given him, Yeah, he just walks upright like a human, and it's not even like even chimps kind of like they don't walk upright that much. It's super odd.
CC, someone's calling shots in chat.
Yeah, no, fuck off, review. I don't. However, the fuck.
Call of
it's-
Duty.
No,
like
it is.
Cthulhu.
There's no way it is the worst movie you've ever seen. If that is the case, then you've only seen one movie, and that's Shin Godzilla. Like it's. Do you know who you're fucking talking to? I watch shitty movies like I breathe oxygen. All right, you
Are
are
you talking to me?
like
Inject the
talking to me?
shitty movies into my bloodstream.
yes. It's.
I mean, yeah. Looking at your Echo video, like just a spoiler for what's coming out. Your Echo like preview or like
Yeah.
video,
Hmm.
shit that you find in that, I had never heard of. And dear God, you find some shit cartoons and videos.
You waded through the garbage for a movie no one cared about.
correct.
Hey,
I mean, I was-
care.
To be honest, I'm only interested in Echo because you can't find it.
Yeah, that's.
I mean,
the
no one
main
else
hook.
cares about it, and that's the only reason me and Brick and him are interested.
Okay, one of. Okay, I sorry, didn't mean to misquote you, but still, if you think it is bad, I severely disagree, and I think you have a misunderstanding of what the film was trying to do. Not that you are not intelligent enough to understand it, but your perspective might help you enjoy it more. So
Is it only in Japanese or is it
There
got a
i-
sub or dub or?
there is an English dub. It is not great. Like, I've seen worse English dubs, you know, but to be honest, the
Maybe.
English dub for this is done by Funimation, so it sounds like an anime. Like, it's anime voice actors, and it's really
Maybe
odd.
that's the issue. Like, call of review. Fuck, I can't even say it.
Hmm.
Did you watch the dub or the sub, my dude?
Yeah, and okay, I mean, it's very similar to 54 in the sense of it's not like the other Godzilla movies, in the sense of like most of them are like, oh, Godzilla already exists in this universe, and then oh no, a giant space cockroach is here, and he's controlled by the aliens, and there's like a clone of a pretty lady walking around, and then he's friends to all children, and his love beam saves the town. Like, that's like the silly shit from like the Godzilla versus line. You know, this one is like, no, God's similar to 2014. It's like Godzilla's a threat. Oh my God, it's a giant monster. We've never seen this before. Run for your fucking lives.
Review, Lou. Okay, got it. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I kind of went on a bit of a Godzilla Wikipedia rampage before this, and like, there's a lot of monsters in the Godzilla universe that, like, I played in that Save the Earth game.
Yeah.
And like, I kind of want to watch all those Godzilla versus movies, like Destroya and Ogre and blah blah blah.
Oh, dude, it's a perfect like schlock fest. Like, as long as you go in understanding it's cheap looking sets, none of the characters are good, and it's just better to laugh at than to like have like sincere appreciation for the art form, then you'll love it. Just get drunk, get high. It's actually a fantastic time. But
Fucking high, that's disgusting.
You're a doctor? You're
Yes.
a doctor and you're telling me to get high?
Yes.
Hey.
I'm drunk?
Can we
What,
beat
you
his
gonna tell me to
ass?
fucking smoke then?
Well,
You gonna
you
tell me to smoke
can.
some dick?
No, not dick.
I'm gonna smoke some cock?
It takes way too long to get inebriated off of dick. Don't do it. Doctor Cerebral Cesarean.
my girlfriend
Don't smoke dick.
I don't want to get high either. It's pretty gay.
It depends. Point is, Shin
No,
Godzilla
it's
is
just
great.
gay.
Don't watch the sub if you can. I recommend the dub only if you can't stand subtitles. Like, I've got a friend who has like ADHD.
I
and
can
he just,
read.
like, can't actually read subtitles because they're distracting from like the movie itself. So like,
Wow.
yeah, it's
What a retard.
no. Point is, that's the only thing there that's for that. It's just, it's good shit. I like it a lot, and you would the old movies are very hokey, and that's kind of something I think they should do for like. Well, that's why I liked King of the Monsters, which
Maybe
we'll
that's
get
part
into
of its
after we're done
charm,
with
I guess.
Kong. Well, we should finish up Kong. We got off track.
Yeah.
Do we have anything else to say about Kong?
Like,
Yeah, I do.
yeah.
Girl power.
Like literally, as I said, that I hated about Kong was just the soldier usage. I shit you not. At one point, they the main cast of surviving soldiers finally meets his captain. They all walk off, right, and they've been doing their shit. And they meet up with the other soldiers who were shot down. And this is a momentous occasion. They're hugging and talking, whatever the fuck. They're like, I'll never see you again. And we don't learn anything about this soldier group. Nothing else past then. But later on, those soldiers are used specifically to get shot, like not shot at, but specifically just to die.
When
We
they
see
fight
like
that,
a guy with a
first-
50 cal shoot a big fucking lizard, right? And then later on that guy just dies. And it's like, well, no big loss. 'Cause I didn't know who he was. And it was like, you know, you could have made it so much more suspenseful by having the soldiers not fucking be just expendable garbage.
I mean, it was kind of for like when they met up with him, like John C. Reilly was like, "You look like a good bunch of boys to die with." But
They
it's like-
literally exist just to die.
Brie Larson saves the day like twice in this movie through the power of girl power. Like when they're fighting that monster in like the sulfur pits or whatever, she throws a lighter into its mouth, which blows it up. You know, if you have you ever like used a lighter, you'll find that the flame goes out with like a
When
light
you
fart.
throw it, yeah.
So if you threw a lighter, it would extinguish itself, but it managed to go into the stomach of this monster and detonate.
No, it went into the sulfur.
Yeah, I don't even know how the lighter stayed like on fire, right? Because not even when you throw it, like it gets rid of itself. You have to hold the. If you're a retard, right, and you don't understand lighters work, you have to hold the fucking thing down next to the like.
Well,
flint or
no,
whatever the fuck to light it.
If it's an old like kerosene and wick lighter, the wick will
was
hold
not.
No,
No, it's an old.
It was
I think it was like a
did not look
butane
like an
lighter.
old lighter.
It didn't have a wick on it. It was definitely like gas powered. So that was
Yeah, it was
definitely
one of those that you had to hold the button down on, and she didn't hold it, so she threw it, and immediately after she threw it, it should have just like stopped, but it just
but
it
even
caught them on fire. And I'm like, huh?
even if it was one of the wick lighters that hold a flame after you let go, it would still go out if you throw it. I've seen too many movies that do this shit. Like anything other than a light drop from a height of 2 foot will extinguish that flame. So, but she saves the day through that. And the fact, right, there was like, what do you call him? John Goodman's character got swallowed by that monster, and his camera kept on taking pictures, which exposed it. Which is fucking dumb. And
the other thing in that scene actually
Jack Black was such a better character.
No, the other thing in that scene is they showed a bunch of like toxic gas that apparently like one of their there was like all this green gas that apparently came out from some grenades that they have like poison gas grenades.
Oh, the fucking smoke grenades! My God.
No, they were toxic gas. It was all green.
They were literally labeled toxic gas. And Tom Hiddleston runs through. If you take toxic gas can absorb through your skin.
Yeah, and then they just like ignore it for the rest of the film. There,
but he puts on the mask and he runs through the gas to get to the sky. And on the very edge of the gas, he takes off the fucking mask while standing in the gas. Like, hear it.
And none of the others also, and none of the others.
None of them give a fuck.
Care. Yeah.
Like Tom Hiddleston's like gas, 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 and everyone else is just like, okay, big monster though, big monster.
Like there was some cool shots there. I thought like they put the MG on top of a Triceratops skull.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I'm talking about. That guy is when I realized literally that this movie like just adds them in just so they die. Like that MG guy, because it was like I never got to understand who the MG guy was. I never understood where he came from. Hell, I don't even know where he showed up from. I just know he was traveling with them for a little
one
bit.
Of the like random ones that came out of the bushes towards the like the scene before this one.
Yeah, but, literally.
Like, back then, like mounted machine guns were not a light thing to carry. They're still not. And he lugged it all the way up there.
No, that's a 50 fucking cal. That's heavy as fuck.
Yeah, so he lugged it up onto this Triceratops thing from wherever the hell they crash landed, and then he got yeeted in like 2 seconds. But it didn't really matter because Brie Larson had a lighter in her pocket.
Yeah.
Did you also like another thing that I hated? It's irrelevant because you know it is just makeup. People do makeup and shit, but they give her fake freckles.
Oh, did they?
One thing I hate is that she was a fucking clown.
That too, but the freckles that she had on in the movie were like they were makeup freckles. Like why give her them? You know why they give her them? Because fucking e-girls have tried to claim freckles from people like me. I was born with this affliction. You fucking sluts.
You're ginger. You're ginger.
I thought they
Oh,
gave
how
that to her just so
dare
she
you.
looked different. You know, it's
There's the only ginger I have is in my beard, and even then, it's only 2 designated squares.
2 squares of ginger beard.
Oh no, I should.
I
You
don't
know, see,
like it.
if I trim my beard really short, like the way it grows in, it's like got 5 different colors in it, but there's 2 perfect squares of ginger on either side of my chin. It's weird. But anyway, that's the first moment of girl power. The second moment is when she has a flare gun and shoots it into the eye of the big monster thing.
Oh yeah, she shoots in the side of its head, and for some reason
just
it
punched
deals
myself
so
in the
much
dick.
damage. Wait, what?
I don't know. Like, I think I thought the like second moment of the the moments of girl power were when the SAS guy shows up, right, and Kong just stares at him like he's gonna beat the shit out of him. But every fucking time Kong sees a lady, he's like,
Simp. Kong was a fucking simp.
Yeah, he like okay, yeah, he's holding her at one point in his hand, and he has to get into like a battle. And Kong's like this massive ape, so while he's getting into a battle, I assume he's gonna crush her in the palm of his hand. But he's like holding her in his palm, and he's moving so fast with her that I'm like, he's just gonna give her brain damage.
Like
I think it was kind of
inside the mouth of the
yeah. His hand, like up to his like elbow, got swallowed by this big monster with her inside the hand, and then he ends up. Like, the only reason he killed that monster is because he ripped out its insides to save her.
Yeah, and the other thing is like when you're like pulling your hand, wouldn't you also like if your hand is caught in something, wouldn't you also what's the thing? Like clench your fist as you do that? Like
Yeah, I mean, if like he'd have to have some concentration to like not like clench his fist as he's pulling out. Another thing, like the serrated teeth would slice off his arm. You know what I liked? You know that the guy, one of the soldiers who was like eating a snack after they crash landed, and he did that like grenade sacrificing.
yeah, okay.
Like, so he pulls out the 2 grenades to like. The idea is that he's sacrificing himself to the monster and he's gonna get eaten and blow its head off, and then it just fucking like yeets him with his tail into the mountain.
Oh yeah, that was great. I like that a lot.
Yeah, the only form of comedy that I accepted in that movie.
Yeah, that was great. Like, I enjoyed that quite a bit.
I mean, it's his own fault. He did look a bit sus.
Motherfucker. No,
But, like,
you get the meme.
If I was him, I would have ran with the grenades towards it, because if you run towards a creature, regardless of how smart you think it is, it's gonna react, and it wouldn't have went for the tail. It would have tried to eat him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He was just kind of standing there and it tail whipped him. That was great.
There you go.
Yep.
That
Yeah,
was-
I that's the thing that I think is the funniest about that like particular like scene, that tail whip thing, is like they treat it like it's a tragedy because it's like, oh no, that character like died, but it's just the funniest thing I've seen in the whole movie.
Yeah. I mean,
it's like
it's like
both.
they want you to appreciate the sacrifice he's about to make, and then they want you to be upset that his sacrifice was in vain. But you're just like, monkey gonna smash.
Oh yeah, no, I love that tail whip too, because he's standing there. He's like, "Oh, you guys keep going." Takes out his frag grenades, doesn't even throw them or cook them or like do anything smart, intelligent with them. He like stands with them. He's like, "I just want to die," and then the fucking lizard's like, "Well, now watch me whip." Now watch me nay nay. He fucking nay nays him into a goddamn cliff.
Now watch me whip.
It's so perfect, and like that's the thing, sometimes the movie wants me to laugh and then I don't, and then it doesn't want me to laugh and I do, and that's Like, because there's
Yeah,
one
that
thing.
tail whip scene was fucking unironically, I think the funniest part in that whole movie.
No, it's great, and like here's the thing. This is more of a broad thing for the movie. This movie can't usually. I don't think this movie can hold itself up with most of its parts, because like there's some scenes, right? Like the scene where like Kong first blows everything up with like all the helicopters, and like Samuel Jackson standing on the ground, and like all the flames just like barely miss him, and like Kong looks him in the eyes, and there's like fire in their eyes. I'm like, whoa, visually this is like amazing. I love it, you know. Or like when he's like has his back against the sunset, like anything involving like Kong and like the sun or fire, they always frame it like brilliantly. But that makes up like 2 minutes, maybe 3 for the entire movie. And
another thing for this movie, like after that scene, Kong is like visibly damaged. His hands are cut and scraped on the insides. His arm is like bleeding everywhere.
Yeah.
Whereas Godzilla gets like hit with guns and bombs and everything, and he is fine. Not a single scratch.
Well, but Kong is an adolescent, and you know, even though he's literally made of like meat, the same as us,
unless Kong, between the space of this movie and King of the Monsters, grows fucking armor, he's a dead man.
They're gonna make up some bullshit like, oh, his skin is so thick that now the bullets do nothing, and it's like gonna be like, what?
Okay, yeah, you know, actually, maybe you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe from that fight that he had, his skin got so calloused that it doesn't matter anymore.
No, then he's gonna look like Godzilla. They can't do that. It's gonna be like either he makes monkey armor out of like bamboo, right? Or he gets such thick skin that bullets can't penetrate it.
An argument that I've seen online is that one of Kong's advantages is that he's more intelligent. It's like no, he's fucking not. He's a monkey.
Not significantly more than Godzilla. Like Godzilla has been shown to be like smart enough to like interact with humans. Like when they're all aiming the weapons at him in King of the Monsters, and then they're like, yo, stand down, and then like they turn the weapons off, and that's enough for him to like recognize that and realize, oh, you guys are cool. I'll guide you to the monster, you know, and then he just kind of heads off. It's like,
yeah, I mean, like Kong's advantage is that he's got a thumb.
Here's the thing: Godzilla in this one has a thumb too, though.
I think
in this version, Godzilla has a thumb. Now.
The only advantage King Kong has had that makes him an interesting monster is the fact he has opposable fucking thumbs. Congratulations.
Yeah, but I think that's it. Like, for some reason, like if it is truly Kong versus Godzilla, Kong is going to have to find some way to trigger some manner of EMP against Godzilla. And if he can't do that...
Here's the thing. Fucking Godzilla has claws. What's Kong got, dude?
Wait, does Godzilla, like, emanates radiation? Kong's going to get cancer.
Kong's going to get cancer.
Kong's going to get, like, stage 4 cancer, and he's going to be bald by the end of the movie. And he's going to be lying there going, monkey sad.
No, I was actually thinking, like, where does Kong... since the only advantage Kong has... Ever since I said the only advantage he has is opposable thumbs, I'm like, you know, he has to take a shit somewhere. Where does he take it?
Well, that's the thing. They have him on this boat, and, like, that's the thing, too.
Godzilla in the woods.
Godzilla in this one has thumbs, too, because you can see him, like, pick up stuff. So, like, that advantage is gone now, because Godzilla can actually pick up things.
What does he pick up? Like a fucking skyscraper? What the hell?
Like he grabs onto like Ghidorah and like rips him apart.
Oh yeah, okay, I've seen it. But is that due to thumbs, or is that due to him sinking his claws in?
I mean, he has thumbs. You can see it on his model. Like, I'm gonna look up an image if I can, but I'm like 99% certain modern, like this version of Godzilla has thumbs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, but like honestly speaking, like objectively speaking, there's no way that Kong beats Godzilla. Like, no way, no chance.
Oh, look who's changed his tone.
Oh,
wait,
wow,
I never said that he would win.
Nope.
Yeah, whatever you say.
We did.
You're a simp for Kong. I know it.
No, I like Kong better. Yes, and not this Kong.
You monkey sympathizer.
Yes, I like Kong better. Just generally.
You like Samuel Jackson too, don't you?
Not in this film, but yeah, generally, yeah.
Disgusting.
Why? He's a decent actor. He did really good job.
He's a monkey.
He did a really good job on as Fury in the MCU films, especially like Civil War. He did a really good job there. Oh yeah, Civil War. He did a real good job there.
You did a real good job there.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not, because I mean,
No,
I don't think Nick Fury was that good of a character.
no, the scene, the one scene where he's like, "You've got to keep both eyes open." That was great.
Oh right, okay.
That
Well,
was
I mean,
that was really
just
well
briefly
done.
You could see his eye.
Yeah.
And
I
then
thought
you
that was
find out
from Winter
later he
Soldier.
Oh yeah, that was Winter Soldier.
Either way, he lost it to a cat. It's not a big deal. But like, sorry, like at the end of this movie, so King Kong ends up like ripping that monster's guts out to save the girl, and he lays it down, and Tom Hiddleston goes over to comfort her, and she's fine and hugs him and shit. And King Kong just looks over his shoulder while he's walking away. So at the end of the movie, the lesson is like, the big monkey gets cucked by Loki.
All right, here I have a picture of one of the action figures for this. Look, he clearly has thumbs.
Can you put it in
It's
on
an
the
action
screen?
figure. What does it matter?
Well, it's based on the movie. Like this is the official
I
merchandise.
don't care if it's based on the movie. It's a fucking action figure.
It's official merchandise.
That's a pretty good action figure.
I don't care if it's official merchandise. Just because the action figure has opposable thumbs.
I mean, right. So looking at the figure, the thumb is like very short. So like if you took away the knuckle in your thumb and just went down to the first joint, and instead of that knuckle that you have at the bend, replace it with a claw, would you call that a thumb, or would you call that just like a prong?
Oh yeah. What about
Prong.
Okay, fine.
Says, what about Django?
It's a thumb-looking appendage where a thumb would be. Okay. Fine. Here's one from the movie itself. Here's one from the movie itself. Look at that thumb. All right.
Does chat mean like Samuel L. Jackson's acted in Django?
Yeah, I think it was good. Yeah, I believe.
Yeah,
it
I
was
mean,
good.
what was, yeah, I mean, Samuel L. Jackson is really good at being racist. Who'd have thunk it? I don't know. I still wouldn't call it a thumb. I mean, yeah, I would call it a thumb, but I wouldn't call it an imposable thumb. I would just
I'd call that a circumcised cock.
like there's like I don't know what
If you can throw it up
dinosaur
on screen so that the chat can see it as well, that would be good.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you could try. But like I don't know if you'd call that like really a thumb. Like there's dinosaurs that have had thumbs like that, using like just thumb as like nomenclature, but like where they use the thumb to stab it into the necks of like animals that they're fighting. I wouldn't call it a thumb. It's more of a tool, you know?
I feel like that's a reach. He can still pick things up with it. Like it's like maybe Kong has more dexterity. I don't care. It's still a thumb.
Yeah.
If that
I think
Zealand
that's
edge
it.
is
So
like picking up and manipulating things.
Godzilla's thumb in quotations is there, but it doesn't move. It's just there.
Yeah,
But he can still grab it as he's got fingers.
This
but Kong
looks
has
like
got a
those.
thumb.
Do you know those dinos that have? They have like stabby claws. That kind of looks like that. To be honest,
I'm gonna find that dinosaur.
there is a dinosaur that has like like basically a claw, and it looks more like that.
Or with
Thumb claw.
stabby thumb.
Like here's the thing.
Dude.
Like if you look at like I don't know. Like let's pull up another one here for these.
Oh,
Like Godzilla broadly doesn't, like in most incarnations, doesn't have, like it depends on the version, you know, but he usually doesn't
Or
have
if he just
thumbs.
didn't have legs.
I mean, funny you mentioned that. I'll bring that up another time. He's gotta be able to
Oh,
dance.
it's a cripple. What if Godzilla wore pants?
Oh, snakes on a plane. Yeah, that was
would
good as well.
Godzilla wear pants like this or like this?
So he's got, dude, Godzilla's got skateboarder pants. He's got like fucking.
Godzilla wears pants past his ass cheeks.
He's got yeah, and he's got.
Did you guys notice like how in like each one of the films they all have this this
What the fuck?
moment with the monsters, like like I think in all three of the films they kind of like touch the monster or something.
Whoa,
Excuse
Did
you?
they ask for consent?
Yeah,
obviously
come on.
without consent. They touch it on the
Without
nose.
consent? That's it. Millie Bobby Brown is cancelled.
I'm calling
Is
the
that what she's
police.
called, by the way?
Yeah, I think that's
Before
her
I
name.
say.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look that up. It's like she's so posh, and I think like being called Bobby Brown just kind of ruins that. So I'll just double. Millie, how the fuck? What am I
Alright.
retarded?
Here,
Probably.
it's on screen. There's the thumb, and you can see him picking stuff up as early as the original movie. You
Yeah,
know,
that's her name. What am I looking at?
well, this is I already posted in like the Discord chat, but it's the action figure one that I posted a moment
Oh,
ago.
right.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if I went back to like the original '54 movie, you can see him like pick up a train to like chomp on it. Like,
Yeah, but you have to remember, like, the original movie had a human inside a costume.
every movie except for like Shin Godzilla had one inside of a costume. Like,
I mean, they needed the guy to have a thumb.
or he could
That
have
was
just
another thing.
not.
That guy died
Well,
recently.
does it
didn't he?
have a thumb?
Like, here's hang on, where's this one?
Can I play
the
with
guy,
my fingies using it?
Like, here's
the
one
guy
from the original. Godzilla has always had a
individual-
thumb, so saying it's an advantage is just not accurate.
Okay, no, but the original Godzilla was literally just a dude in a suit. Was it not?
Okay, well,
Yeah,
like that's
So,
the
like,
thing.
and
Is
if you're
that
in-
a,
and if
is that
you're
a
in a
counterpoint
suit-
though? Like,
not really.
Yeah, if you're in a suit, you're gonna need to have thumbs.
or
'cause
you could
can't
just
really
tape it to your
cut-
palm
I
and
don't-
then have it like. Here's the thing. It's
You
not
can
even a matter of whether
pretend
or
not to have thumbs if they didn't need that. Like you
No.
can just like not do that. Like
It's
I guess.
easy.
I think we're getting hung up on the wrong type of thing.
What
Like,
are
I
we
can tell
talking
you,
about again?
like Shin Godzilla doesn't have a thumb. You know,
No,
no. I mean, his arms
Really?
don't
I'm
even.
so glad that earlier we took like 10 minutes to discuss the theoretics of like, oh, they left him behind, oh, they didn't leave him behind, they said they were
It was-
going to, they didn't. It's a plot contrivance, and now we're spending 10 minutes talking about opposable thumbs and monkey.
yes, this
Yeah.
is the podcast. Deal with it.
Monkey.
Shin Godzilla.
But yeah, but like I also don't see why King Kong and Godzilla need to fight because they're both shown as benevolent.
Yeah,
all of
there's-
these
Well,
films-
Godzilla is literally leagues above King Kong. I look at King
Yeah,
Kong
okay.
like, oh, look, monkey.
the idea in King of the Monsters, they spent like this whole like tirade going on. We need to figure out which of these titans want to hurt us and which of the ones are trying to protect us. And both Godzilla and King Kong are proven protectors. So why
Yes.
the hell are they fighting each other?
Well, here's something. There seems to be like a hierarchy of things where like they all bow down to Godzilla at the end.
To an alpha.
Yeah, at the
Kong
end, 'cause
was
he's
not
the alpha.
there, so he's probably there to get like if we're talking about like that, he's there to either defeat Kong or to get him to submit to him as like the apex predator, and then Kong's like lol no and punches him. But here's the thing. I suspect, and I don't know this for sure,
Kong
I
commits
suspect
suicide.
that's not actually Godzilla, it's Mecha Godzilla in disguise.
I hope it
But
is.
that
I
doesn't
think
make
it would
sense.
add like
though.
No, it does, because
I-
that is
Why would
literally
they have
that-
Mecha Godzilla?
that is-
like a hologram. you
like
think?
yeah, that is actually the plot of the first Mechagodzilla movie. Is that Mechagodzilla is an alien disguising himself as Godzilla to frame him.
See,
What?
what if it's? I think they might try to like bring the orca back into it because, like, you know, the way the orca. We'll talk about the orca in the second one, but like the orca has like an effect on monsters because they used it on King Ghidorah to make it attack when it broke free
Okay, but here,
U.S. soldiers.
okay, you bring this up.
blah, blah.
It should not have any effect on Ghidorah because Ghidorah is an alien.
Well, it
It's
did.
not.
Well, it's to do with biosonar, and
Yeah, like
That's like-
bio.
that works throughout the universe no matter what you do, because it's just
No,
sound.
not necessarily.
has to-
No, they used like okay. If are you telling me like if you put together a bunch of dog barks and then played it to you, you would have it?
No,
It would have an
no.
effect on you? No,
dog,
because you're a
a
different.
dog's bark
Like
is a type of like it's a type of like noise. It's not a biosonar.
Yes, but how do you know that an alien would follow the same
Well,
rules
because
as
they
the
attuned
Titans
it
that
to
are on
it
Earth?
using
It was
the magical thing.
demonstrated
Yeah,
that?
Brick, it's
no,
made
that-
to
that's
do
still-
it. That's how it works. Don't think about it.
Don't think about it.
They called it Monster Zero, which means that it was essentially the first one they discovered or whatever. But like,
Oh,
Which
yeah,
is
that means
weird
it's
because they
the
didn't discover that
technology
one,
of
and they didn't discover that one until after they already knew about Godzilla in the 50s.
Yeah, because Godzilla was the first one, and they called that one Monster Zero. I think they called it that because it was older, I guess.
Well, they
Yeah, I
call
mean,
it that.
they discovered that, or
Like-
they discovered that Godzilla had fought this monster in the past and won.
Yeah, they actually call it that because that was his name in the old movies. Like he was Monster Zero from Planet X or something, and like that's the. But they had to come up with a bullshit reason to call that back in. Yeah.
Hmm.
You
I don't know what the explanation was in King of the Monsters.
I don't think
But,
they
like,
gave it
okay,
like a
but
full thing. It was just like a code name, essentially.
Okay,
You
but
know.
here's another thing. But okay, even if they
Have
used
we even
it,
discussed the King of the Monsters movie?
Oh, we haven't
Not yet.
started yet. I think we're still technically in Kong.
We really got some.
It's
Do we
been
have
like
anything
30
else
to
for Kong?
40 minutes we've been supposed to have been talking about it.
I mean,
I've,
I don't know.
let's
I
wrap
said
up
about
Kong
girl
then.
power and I slagged off her makeup, so I'm pretty good.
Yeah.
Kong is wrapped down. There's nothing more.
Yeah.
He's big
I-
stupid ape. He
Out
doesn't
of
even
all
have a
three of the
cock.
movies, Kong was the shortest movie.
I guess it's got that going for it.
Kong
Like,
was the
Was it?
shortest movie that had like the biggest actors, and I think did it have the highest budget?
no, it had a lower budget than King of the Monsters, but higher than Godzilla 2014.
King of the Monsters was 170 million. And
Oh, it was higher than.
yeah, no,
oh,
it was
that's-
higher. It was the highest of the three. It was the shortest of the three, and
and
was
it looks
the worst,
of the three. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Ouch.
Yeah, fuck you, Brett. Fuck you.
Yeah.
I liked it the most of the three. Like
Shut the
they
fuck
really
up.
went
But it
for
was the shittiest.
Man,
What
what was the name of the guy
2014.
who had the funny like blow
2014
himself
was
up with a
some-
grenade thing? Like, what was his name?
Oh, what was his name? I don't fucking know. I don't know any of their names.
That's what I mean. It's
Yeah, I
like,
don't know
oh, this is
any
the
of their
best of the
names.
three. I don't remember people's names, but it sure was a good time. Brick.
Yeah,
What's
that's how it
your
works.
argument?
I don't
man?
remember what's the main character of the first one's name.
Ford.
It's not Chapman.
His name is Ford.
Not him. No.
Like that's not the.
His name is Earl Cole in the movie, played by Shea Wiggum.
Hmm.
Who? What?
Shea Wiggum.
I still have no idea. Okay.
Shea Wiggum.
Okay, that's my. That's
Do you want me to
that's
say it
my,
again?
That's the point. Why I mean, it's like I don't like I know
I've-
who's
like,
who in
His
the
face
movies.
is familiar to me. I've seen him in stuff before, but
Yeah, but he's a terrible actor.
whoa, whoa,
He's
whoa,
been
whoa,
goodness.
whoa, 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 whoa! I have no say. He was in Joker as well.
No, which main character are we talking about in 2014?
We're talking about a main. No. You know
No, I
the
was
guy
talking
that
about
got
Grenade
like tried
Man.
to sacrifice himself.
Yeah, Grenade Man from
Grenade.
Kong.
Tried to sacrifice himself and got
Yeah,
slapped. He was one of the detectives in Joker that tried to catch him and then got like, murked on a train.
oh yeah, that was neat.
He's pretty
Random
neat.
people on a train?
What?
That's what I heard.
Yeah, that's right. You know the way like there was two detectives chasing Joker.
On the
And
train,
then-
yes.
They escaped through the train and accidentally got into a fight and got the shit beat out of them.
Yes. But by the protesters, yeah.
Yeah.
He was one of them.
Like I've seen him in other stuff before, but like it's always like minor roles. He's one of those actors, but he's like one of those actors that, I mean, you always see them and they're just like, oh yeah, him. Don't know him, but him. Wolf
Yeah,
of Wall
definitely.
Street,
I've
American
seen it.
Hustle.
I've seen
Fast and
him in a
Furious.
couple of movies, and I always thought he was terrible.
Okay, you just hate him because he's white.
Yes.
Why is this movie the best if this guy who has bad acting is in the movie? Like, I'm just saying.
I mean,
He
right,
said
so-
this one's the best, Brick, and he's saying this guy's a terrible actor, and he's in it.
Yeah, actually, like,
Yes,
you said
it's
this
the
one was
best of the three.
You said it was the best of the three, and you've offered it the most criticism. You even like shit on this one more. The biggest criticism you had in 2014 was that you couldn't understand that someone might change their mind about an extraction.
I mean, you can make
But-
that argument about literally everything. You can make an argument about literally everything.
In
You can say, "Oh, these people just didn't do this thing because they changed their minds." Like that's not a good argument.
isn't it? People change their minds, man. If he had changed
mean,
his
I-
mind
I-
and decided to
I'm
throw the
not. I'm
grenades
not
instead
gonna
of-
get into it. I already
And the
explained
other
myself.
thing is,
You're wrong
the
and
color
dumb.
grade
We
was
should.
terrible.
We should
the-
move on to the next movie. Like we already just talked
Yeah,
about that
I'm-
whole extraction scene for like 15 fucking minutes.
I'm done shitting on Kong for a while.
Then wait, something. Are we moving on to
Yeah,
the
I
last
would say
one?
wrapping
King of
up with
Monsters?
Kong. You're wrong about it being the best of the three. It's the worst of the three. I still like it though. It's nice.
It's dumb.
See, I think it
the
would
movie's
have been
dumb.
the worst of the three for me because, like, the entire way through it, I was comparing it to Peter Jackson's Kong, which is such a better King Kong movie than this.
Oh yeah, because Kong is not supposed to be a kaiju sort of giant monster. He's that's literally not his purpose. The what do you call it? Kong is supposed to be kind of like a tragic figure. He's not supposed to be like a big beefy monster that beats everyone up. That's like not his purpose.
Yeah, they tried to make Kong into a tragic figure, like Kong is the last of his line and his family are dead. I don't give a fuck. So is Godzilla.
Ooga
Godzilla's
booga.
kind of dead. Like, the only ones that seem to have more than one kind are those fucking, like, Mutos that they refuse to give a name to.
Yeah, they still didn't give it in the last one. I don't know why.
Yeah, and so in Godzilla 2014, they called them Mutos, MUTOs, which is an abbreviation for all of the monsters, which they then started calling Titans.
Massive
unidentified
Unidentified terrestrial object.
terrestrial
organism, sorry.
organisms.
Oh fuck!
Yeah.
I did it wrong.
You were close.
Oh.
You were close.
Yeah, because they called rodent and stuff.
Yeah.
They called they called
rodent.
rodent and stuff like other mutos is what they call them.
No, they call them
Yeah.
Titans.
So
And like,
in King of the Monsters,
well,
they call
like
them
the
Titans.
Titan is the catch-all term, but like before they called them Titans, they were all Mutos as the catch-all term.
Yeah, because they
But then
changed shit
everyone
up.
apart
Like,
from
they're
Mutos
like, nah,
has
Muto sounds
designation
weird.
for-
Let's call them Titans from now on because they want it to be a bit
Mothra.
more like off the wall
Yeah.
cheesy, you know?
Yeah, like they've got Mothra, they've got Ghidorah, they've got Kong, they've got Godzilla, they've got Rodan, they've got Muto.
Oh, the one of the issues I had with KOTM was like they introduced like all of the monsters all at once. Like
Oh, it was
just,
so
like,
fucking dumb.
there
But
was so many of them.
like another
There's
thing, like
there's a big mammoth thing.
yeah, it was kind of cool. But between 2014 and Kong, I believe, well, between the events of 2014 and King of the Monsters, there's a comic that takes place that has a monster called Muto Prime, and they still don't give it a name. It's just a Muto, and it's the Prime Muto. And then again,
Fucking mutos.
again in King of the Monsters, there is another Muto. Like at the end, you see it bow towards King Kong or fucking Godzilla.
Yeah, the spider one was it or
No. There was there was a spider one as well.
No, there was a
But there was
you
another Muto.
Muto like from the first movie.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
the
think,
female one.
Yeah,
It's a female one.
Yeah, it is a female. Like if you look it up on the wiki, I think they call it Queen Muto. Just give it a
What?
fucking designation. Call it Clarissa for all I care. Just stop calling it fucking Muto. They're all Mutos. They're all Mutos and they're
It's
all Titans.
Clarissa.
Oh, what? There's Godzilla. There's Mothra. Oh no, it's Clarissa.
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 Oh no, it's Clarissa.
Oy vey.
Honestly, like one of my favorite things in like the Godzilla movies was just watching like Dr. Sarazawa call Godzilla. It's like Godzilla.
Yeah, he says Gojira, which is like the Japanese
Gojira.
version.
Gojira.
Let them fight. Godzilla.
Go,
Let
Gojira.
Godzilla fight Godzilla, our friend.
Well, what the fuck they thought would happen? Like, really?
I don't know. I mean, to be honest, when Dr. Sarizawa sacrificed himself to revive Godzilla, I was like, yeah, Dr. Z, you kind of right. You all right, man.
I didn't mind that. Like it's just like the guy had a unhealthy fascination for the thing.
Yeah, I mean, like, but like, you know, he had his ideal and he continued to act towards his ideal, and his ideal did end off paying off. I don't know. It was alright. But like that's not like Millie Bobby Brown. Like when Mothra is in larval form, she tries to touch it as well, but she doesn't get close enough because Mothra does her breath thing, and she freaks out. Dr. Sarizawa is the only one who touches an actual monster. Get fucked, Millie Bobby Brown. You got fucking outclassed. You got outclassed by an old Japanese man. Get fucked. Get fucked. So yeah, are we ready to talk about King of the Monsters?
Spend like 50 minutes, you know.
Yeah, so like at the start of King of the Monsters, it obviously starts off with like a flashback to 2014.
Yeah, and that's apparently the big issue between the woman and her husband, and that's why they kind of broke up, apparently.
Yeah, because they lost their son or some shit.
Yeah, like their son died or something like that.
Yeah, died in the fight with at the end of the 2014 movie.
Collateral damage.
Yeah.
So like Queen, what do you call it? The son died, but the mom obviously works. The mom, sorry for the American viewers, works with Monarch, whereas the father also worked for Monarch, but was like, "Yo, fuck this shit. Working for Monarch has led to the death of my son. I'm gonna fuck off to the woods in Colorado and photograph wolves
and get drunk.
And get drunk, but you know, I mean, at the end of the day, the mother's the bad. The mother's literally a terrorist.
Yeah, no, she's like, I lost my son because of Godzilla, therefore we need to destroy all of humanity. I'm like,
is my typing going through?
Wouldn't
is my typing going through my mic?
Is your typing? I don't know.
Try
typing.
Typing, yeah.
Do you hear that?
No.
Do it again.
Okay, my bubble was lighting up while I was doing something. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Like it's like very, very faint. It just sounds like light, like I know, like
tinkering. It sounds like.
Yeah, I was like doing something, and I noticed the mic kept picking it up. I'm like, "Well, what the hell is RTX voice doing?"
With the chicken strips. Anyway. But like that's the whole like thing in this King of the Monsters movie is like eco-terrorism and like that like cringe saying that like humans are the disease and we're the infection.
Oh, yeah, that's
get fucked.
It's basically the whole stupid thing that they do.
Right. Believe me, see if a British colonel had went off to be a terrorist, he ain't no fucking eco-terrorist. He don't give a shit. But like she tries to like justify her actions of setting the monsters free as everywhere the monsters go, the radiation brings life. Yeah, no, it makes some trees grow. Also kills millions, but you know, whatever.
I like at least the eco-terrorist bullshit from that.
Yeah, I mean, it's fucking dumb.
Yes, we'll become eco-terrorists.
I mean, right, so when they release King Ghidorah,
yeah,
you know the scientist lady, the English one that always follows Dr. Sarizawa?
Yeah.
So Godzilla and Ghidorah fighting, and Godzilla gets knocked down for a brief moment, and for some reason, in that brief moment, Ghidorah turns around and is like, yeah, I'm gonna eat that one human in particular. And he just like why? He had no reason to eat her. There was no need.
Hungry.
Eating a human does nothing for them. But they're not hungry. Like the monsters themselves regenerate from radiation. Ghidorah regenerates from electricity. So eating actually does nothing. Like there's a weird scene in the movie where Godzilla like vores Ghidorah. Like at the end, like it's clearly someone in the fucking writing team had a fetish for vor, and was just like, oh, wouldn't it be nice if Godzilla swallowed King Ghidorah's head whole? Oh, that would be so.
That's basically it.
Oh, that's basically it.
They've been doing
like-
that shit for a while.
Yeah. I mean, the movie could have been over halfway if the military wasn't so retarded and did that stupid oxygen destroyer.
I don't even think the military was retarded. They were doing the right thing. They're like, kill the stupid monsters.
But right, so the
Yeah.
monster that was encased in ice and robbed of oxygen for however many hundreds and thousands of millions of years was gonna suddenly die if it was robbed of oxygen again.
Well, it's from space, so it doesn't need
It's from-
oxygen.
They didn't. Yeah, they
It's
didn't. They
literally
didn't know
from-
that.
They didn't
though.
say. They didn't know that
They
until.
didn't say, but it
Actually,
was encased
no,
with in
they-
Yeah,
ice.
they
it
killed
wasn't
one of the
known.
monsters. That was good.
Yeah, because
No,
Godzilla.
the thing
it
is that
almost
woman
killed it.
knew it.
Yeah.
No,
What?
that woman knew that it came from space.
The
Somehow.
She
the
figured
blonde
that
lady
out
who was
because,
No,
like,
the
later.
Chinese lady.
Yeah, she's one of the
Alright,
Mothra
yeah.
twins.
yeah, okay. Wait, whoa. They were
The
the
Chinese
Mothra
lady's a Mothra twin.
Yeah, like there's the one lady who's working at
Moth-
the site where
Mothra
Mothra's
has
at the
like-
waterfall, and that's one of them.
Yeah.
And then the other one is on the ship with them most of the movie.
Oh right, I didn't know they were the fairies.
Yeah, they're the modern like analog for the Mothra twins. Because I think having literal actual fairies probably would have not vibed with the
Oh, no,
aesthetic of this movie.
in the old films, were the fairies not women as well?
No, they were
I'll tell you
like
what I'm vibing with.
they were like Mothra priests, like priestesses or whatever, who were like on Mothra's island, and they would like summon her or like say like, oh, she's like a spirit of the earth and friendship, and then they'd go destroy a city or Godzilla depending on the movie.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand. Like right off the bat, Godzilla was called, or no, sorry, Mothra was called the queen of the monsters.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah,
that didn't even look like it.
There was no previous setup as to why she was so buddy with Godzilla, why the alpha cry from Ghidorah didn't affect her. I'm calling it a fucking her. I don't even know what's gender, man. It's a fucking
it's a
giant
she.
moth.
Female, yeah.
Mothra is a she.
I mean,
and it's weird. All
I know
Mothras,
historically, she,
like, yeah, they're all she's because they all like. It's weird. They lay eggs and like they just make new Mothras who are also she's. Like there's only one male in the whole series, and that's the evil one. That looks like it's made by Shadow the Hedgehog, called Batra, and it's
Batra.
Oh,
exactly as edgy as you think.
was Batra like a Mothra, or was it a bat?
Batra is an evil male Mothra made from like evil spirit energy. So not the same species, but like
Right.
a dark evil analog for it. And then they both kill Godzilla before it dies. It's man, I know too much about Godzilla, man.
There is like a
Gojira.
disturbing amount of Godzilla lore because, like, one of you, like you said yourself, like Mecha Godzilla 3 is like possessed by the ghost of Godzilla.
Yeah, because the third one, they used
Excuse
the,
me.
well, the first Godzilla was killed with the 54 Godzilla was killed with the oxygen destroyer. So then someone had a brilliant idea. Let's use the bones that are left over from that as the basis for a giant robot. And then, so the original Godzilla goes up against the modern, at the time, Godzilla. Like, it possesses its ghost and then, like, wrecks the town. But also attacks the other Godzilla. Because, like, that Godzilla is, like, semi, like, on the side of humanity. Like, it'll basically show up to, like, defeat monsters or eat, but it won't actively antagonize humans. Whereas OG Godzilla's like, no, I'm here to kill humans. Like, I am evil. I want to hurt you. And so that backfires, because he's in the body of a robot with, like, missiles and lasers and shit. It was not a good idea to just...
What if we crammed this robot together, but we put the soul of a fucking monster in it? I don't see a
Yeah.
problem.
I mean, like, so for some reason, like Mecha Godzilla 3 is called Kiryu.
Yes.
Like,
And
why?
I don't
Why did
know.
they give it a name?
They also
Could it just
decided...
be
why
called
did they-
retarded?
They decided to make
Like,
the
why did
pilot
they-
a
why did
lesbian
they give it a-
too. That didn't make sense to me as a kid.
The what? There's
Yeah,
a lesbian where?
I think the pilot for Kiryu is a lesbian, but it didn't make sense to me as a kid.
I didn't know there was a pilot. I know there was a pilot for Mecha King Ghidorah.
I didn't know lesbians were real. This can't be happening.
Not in
Yeah,
Japan, anyway. I know, like,
It's illegal in Japan.
I don't know what Godzilla movie it was or whatever, but Mecha King Ghidorah had a female pilot inside that used a time machine, some bullshit, something. Godzilla won anyway. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is the chick
TC,
who
you
pilots.
left the fucking Godzilla eating a train up on the screen. I just want to say that.
Okay,
Yeah, it's fine.
That
Let it
was
be
just
there.
show. That was the show that
It's in the
Godzilla
way of
is.
the fire. Put it in the fire.
Put it in the fire. Okay.
In the
Put it in the
fire.
fire.
All right, here we go. It's in the fire. And then here in the Discord, here's the pilot of Mechagodzilla 3, and that's it. The only one that didn't have, actually no, the first one may have had a pilot.
Put it on screen as well. You can put that on.
Yeah, you sure she's a lesbian? You sure she don't want to try?
I'm still waiting for it to get in the fire on my
I
screen.
might be misremembering. I thought she was a lesbian, but I could be wrong.
Oh, it's nice and toasty. I don't know. Why would you indicate she was a lesbian, and why would it matter?
It doesn't
The ball
matter, but
haircut.
it was like, it's just a matter of like, this whole thing is weird. It's like, all right, let's make a robot, but make it from the dead bones of the evil original Godzilla. And
Yeah.
and she's the only
It's
one
pretty dumb.
qualified to pilot it, mind you. It's not just like, oh, whatever. It's like, they're like, no. She's the only person who can do this. And it's...
Yeah. It's pretty
You
dumb.
should put that on the podcast screen as well. So
I'm
everyone can see
working
it.
on it.
Lesbian lady?
No,
Yes,
Mechagodzilla doesn't even come into play here.
I
Why
mean,
is it being put on the
If y'all
screen?
want to see what a lesbian Japanese lady looks like, here you go.
There you go. It's on the screen.
Um,
Oh, no,
So
sorry. We brought this up in regards to Mechagodzilla, which I think I am speculating is going to be in the next movie as far as why Godzilla is
hope.
fighting Kong. You know,
I mean, I like the idea of Mechagodzilla. I like robots as well because when playing Tekken, I like Tekken 2. I think introduced like Metal King or something, and I liked him, but I might be drunk. So.
yeah. Well, like Mecha King Ghidorah was another weird one, which may be why we see a screenshot of Ghidorah's head at some point in one of the other ones. I have no idea. It could be a
At
weird
the
movie.
end of Godzilla King of the Monsters, there's an after credits scene that features a head of King Ghidorah that's kind of rotted a little bit, but it's the one that Godzilla ripped off when he was fighting him in the water before the oxygen destroyer.
Mm. Yeah.
Which Godzilla would have won the fight because that's another thing. Godzilla would have easily wins a fight in water. Monkeys find it hard to swim. If Godzilla knocks Kong into the water, he's a fucking dead man.
But that's why they have boats.
But if it's Mechagodzilla, maybe Mechagodzilla can't go in the water because they didn't make him watertight.
Well, no, like
Mechagodzilla doesn't have the same technology as my phone does, so he can't go in the water.
oh god, it's just
Okay, but listen. Okay, my phone was really close to my shower one time, and then water went into the audio jack port, and it screwed up my my sound. So, you know.
I dropped my phone at the beach once, and sand got in everything. So I'm kind of like Anakin Skywalker, and I hate sand.
All right, so I mean, we're kind of like all over the
And
place.
I want to talk Natalie more.
What else do you have to say about
I
what's this?
I
King of the
really
Monsters.
I really like the soundtrack. It's really good, and a lot of it has like themes and like callbacks to like the old soundtrack, and I like that as a longtime fan.
Okay. I mean, yeah, okay. Sound wise and all is good. Like the roars that the monster do is good. Like in the Godzilla games, there's like in the fighting game, there was a button you could press to make them roar. It didn't do anything. It just made them roar, but it was nice.
Press X to roar.
Well, I played on an Xbox. It was press B, but whatever.
Press B to blow.
Blow some hot
Press
air up
B
my
to roar.
ass.
Press X to pay roar. XD.
And press P to piss. Oh, like, sorry. Another thing about this, like, fucking King of the Monsters, like, shit. That Orca device is, like, overpowered, but also shit.
Oh,
The
yeah,
fucking
it's
Orca
super
device is
overpowered.
stupid, and it doesn't even make sense because they have like one of it, and it's like this just normal fucking computer.
Oh yeah, why
It's-
couldn't they make like one more? Like,
Yeah, they
one
couldn't,
that-
they could make
she
like
was
an
the only one
indefinite
who had
amount.
make it.
It's like, why is there only one of these?
She was the one. She was the designer and her husband, like in fucking college. Apparently, they made this
Doesn't
device.
fucking matter. They could just take her fucking equipment. She's just a
They
person.
made this device in college before these monsters existed. So anyway, but they made it to communicate with wheels.
With what?
Whales.
like,
That's
the
why it's
animal,
called the
like-
organ.
Yeah, he's saying whales. He keeps calling it wheels.
wheels.
Yeah, it's like they're using it to communicate with fucking tires. What?
Wheels. Like I say, like when I say
You
wheels.
it wrong. Yes, your accent is throwing me off. I heard it as wheels.
All right, my bad. There's a country beside me called Wheels. If I'm right,
There used to be. Now it's dead.
there's wheels and then there's wheels.
They're talking to wheels.
My car has wheels, but there's a country called Wales, and there's an animal called Wheels. You good, Chief?
They're talking to the wheel animal.
But anyway, so they make this shitty device. Well, it's not shitty. It apparently is all fucking
They
powerful.
make this really overpowered, stupid
Yeah.
device that shouldn't even exist.
It can talk to, control,
Doesn't
calm.
talk. It just makes noises. It like finds the alpha frequency, which I guess is like the dominant species frequency, and then it broadcasts
so
that to the creature.
it like spoofs that the alpha is this tiny little box, so monsters don't
calms it,
attack or they'll calm down or something. Like for Mothra, they used it to make her calm down, and then
Yeah, they have like different frequencies. Like some of it is that enrages it, and then some of it
Yeah.
is like some of it makes them, I don't know.
but the point
Oop.
the point is, so Millie Bobby Brown's character Maddie is
Yeah.
clearly way too involved in Monarch's inner workings because she knows all the
Yeah,
monsters.
isn't she just a
and she
kid?
knows she's like, I think she's meant to
Isn't
be
she-
like 13 or some shit, if even.
Doesn't even
'Cause
look
in
the oldest. No.
In 2014, she was, how old is she anyway? In 2014, she was still getting carried around by her ma, so she might have been 5 at a push. Because I don't know what woman's carrying around a child that's more than 5 years old. And then obviously it's 2019 now, so she's, what is that I say? I'm gone, boys. I'm gone.
Like she's clearly not old enough to be involved with Monarch. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
When was
she's
she
an
born?
adolescent, and she's basically just like
She's
living with her mom, and they just let her like walk around this place. And like, here's the thing, I would understand that a bit more if the movie presented her as like, I don't know, some like gifted savant who is like responsible for some of the technology, and she's the only one who can use it. But like, she isn't. Like, she's just the kid, you know. And like, when she runs in to help, she doesn't like fiddle with the device or do anything to like actually say like, oh, here's how it works, and I fixed it. She's just like, Mom, no. and then it just works. And that's the thing.
Right.
Her intelligence
She's
is very
17 in real
involvement.
life, so maybe she can get away with playing 15 or some shit.
like, her
But at
intelligence
15
varies
years old,
wildly
she-
in this movie because like, she's smart enough to take the orca from like out of the hands of the terrorists later in the movie without any of them noticing her. And like, mind you, they're a paramilitary group, which is like tactical enough, like, and coordinated enough to be able to enter these like secure facilities and face off against like these armed forces
I
from
mean,
the military, like
Not
without
smart
like
enough
losing
to
them.
not think that maybe we shouldn't leave our ultimate weapon in a room unattended.
Yeah, so like that means she's able to outsmart them, but then later in the movie she like, well, at that moment she hooks it up to like the Red Sox stadium, and then she's running away and she thinks, I'm gonna go home. Like, it's safe at home. And I'm like, your house is no more safe than literally anywhere. How, like, she switches from being either like really smart to like
I mean,
5.
right, so they live
Like,
in Boston, so
I'd expect a
she's
5
gonna
or
go
6-year-old to think that their home is like more safe than other places, you know? But like, no, none of the rest of that. It's dumb.
I mean, the thing, right? So she set up this like orca device to play through the Red Sox stadium automatically.
Yeah.
So instead of just staying there, she could have fucked off then.
Yep.
But instead, she waited until King Ghidorah showed up and fucked her up.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Even with how fast King Ghidorah is like flying around and everything, It's like it's from DC to Boston. That's still enough time for her to like leave the building and like go out of like maybe back to the base, you know?
Yeah,
where
I mean,
mom is.
everything you've done is on like repeat now. You've sorted out. You're good to go. You can fuck off back home. Let King Ghidorah like just trash the stadium in his own time.
Yeah.
You don't need to be there. And then she goes and hides in a bathtub.
Yeah. And that's
I like how she hides in a bathtub because that makes kind of sense, but I like how there's a brick wall literally on top of the bathtub, and they're like, no, the bathtub survived. It's like, it's made of ceramic.
Well, it might have been like one of the old cast iron bathtubs.
It was blatantly white, okay?
Yeah,
Fuck
no,
off.
they could be white as well. Have you never seen them? My auntie has one of them.
Well, even if it was cast iron, that's like a heavy-ass brick wall that's on top of her.
Yeah, no, they can take a lot. But it doesn't really matter.
How do you
her
know?
hand,
You tested it?
yes. Her hand.
Yes, I once took my bathtub out from the
Yes.
where it's supposed to be, and then I used it in the bobsled.
A bathtub and a brick wall. Leave me alone. But her hand was like sticking out of the bathtub, crushed by this brick wall. Like your entire body was in the bathtub. Why the hell did you stick your arm out?
Because she got knocked unconscious as she was falling.
Because she's a fucking woman.
I mean, that too.
But anyway, the point is, this Orca device is like a Deus Ex Machina device in this movie.
Oh,
Like,
dude, if you're talking about Deus Ex Machina, Godzilla is a Deus Ex Machina. It shows up and saves them like 15 times.
well, I mean, he is. Yeah, okay, yeah. He shows up very conveniently that they pin on the Hollow Earth theory that he can swim through one of these wormholes and pop out the other side.
And appear anywhere he wants.
And the
Because
wormhole,
we're gonna...
the wormholes conveniently dump him out just where you need him.
And just before our main cast is gonna die.
Oh no, King Ghidorah is about to attack the big airship. Oh, there's Godzilla! Yay! But anyway,
I feel
multiple
like
times
all
in
of
the
the
movie.
I feel like
No, go ahead.
all of the monsters could have had their own little movie because they're all kind of cool in their own way, but they just kind of dumped them.
They're literally all cool looking, but they have no exposition to why they're retarded. They have no exposition to why whatever. Also, another thing I love in this movie, and by love I mean hate, was like the main cast was always in these huge fucking vehicles, like a giant submarine or a big ass aircraft, and it's like,
yeah, that's like
why?
Essentially a giant stealth bomber.
Well, no, what's the point? Why are they in a fucking giant vehicle? Because you'd think it would be like, oh, it's because they have guns and crew aboard, right? No, they don't. They just have nothing. They're just in a giant fucking disc. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's giant because they have like a lab or communications on board or some shit. I don't know.
That wouldn't warrant it being that huge. Okay.
No.
No, the other thing is they make a point to say that they're about to be defunded or like they're about to lose their funding, but
clearly they have too much money anyway.
They have
deserve
so much money. They have like outposts everywhere, and they have these huge like that was Oscar Bravo was this giant thing, and then you had they had the Argo, which is another giant airship. Like that's like some Star Wars Star Destroyer sized ship. I mean airship.
The oil platform they have is one thing, but the size of that fucking the airship itself is almost got the same wingspan as Rodin.
Yep.
No, I wouldn't say that.
It's still way bigger than like all the jets that are flying around them. Like,
yeah, it's huge.
It's huge.
Rodan
I mean,
himself,
yeah, it is definitely huge.
Ghidorah, and Ghidorah is like the biggest of all the monsters. Like he's bigger than Godzilla as well.
You mean the fucking Hydra?
Yeah.
The Hydra is.
No, he wasn't bigger than
Ghidorah.
Godzilla.
He was. If you look at
he's taller and wider and longer.
He's taller, and his wingspan obviously makes him look a lot bigger. but he's
I
he's
give
still
a
got
Hydra wings. That was just stupid.
to make him fly, bitch.
He looks retarded.
Yeah, I mean,
I love how at the start, right, the Hydra's heads were arguing with each other, kind of, sort of. And then
Yeah.
later on in the movie, they never do it again. They're coherent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, it was probably just an effect from being frozen in ice for all those years, trying to get those fucking synapses to get back together.
Well, like, it showed him being, like, you know, not to say that a monster can have a lot of personality, but it showed him kind of being like, oh, maybe that head's going to be, like, the one that always constantly wants to kill everybody, and that head just is like, I want to go find food, and that head is like, oh, fuck both of you.
It made him
They
seem
kind
like
of
he wasn't in
cock-teased
control
it.
of his own body.
Yeah, they cock teased that,
Yeah.
and they didn't do it.
And
Dumb.
they
Like,
do that in
there's
a
no
few
point.
adaptations, but like they just never do it beyond that first
Like,
scene.
have you seen anything that features a creature that has multiple heads that are not in conflict with each other? It's a stereotype.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah.
I have never
Absolutely.
once seen anything that has more than one head not interact with the other head at some point.
Yeah, it's always happened. It's always like even with the Cerberus or whatever. In one of those movies I saw, they were always like always they argue with each other. It's like
Yeah.
a thing. It's like a
Three-headed
thing.
dog argues. Fucking in like Hercules, that fucking Hydra that he fights gets fucking argued with.
Yes.
It's dumb. It's connected to the same body. They might share different brains, but it's the same brain and the same body. It features the same
No,
fucking...
they have different brains. Come on, that's a thing.
Yeah, they have different brains. That's for sure.
Yeah, but it doesn't. A brain doesn't justify a personality. Oh, okay, it does.
Oh, what the fuck?
I said it does. I said it does.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's still stupid. Like,
No, it would have been interesting to have. I mean, I agree it would be stupid if they were constantly like doing it,
it
but
would
I
have
mean,
been interesting if they had done something with it, but they never do.
Like that's the
It's
thing.
always
Like
one scene. It's always
this-
one scene where there's a bit of conflict, and then like, no, okay, yeah, now I am on board. We are a complete unit.
like it's
we are one entity now.
it would have been better if they leaned into it, because like the rest of this movie leans into like the stupid like cheesy shit that like the series is known for, you know. So like it's like it would have been fine, you know, because like this was like
It
no,
would've
no,
been
we gotta
fine.
have like some like grounding or seriousness. I'm like no.
It would have been better if they didn't, because in 2014 they didn't, and it was the best of the three. In Kong they did, and then in Godzilla, King of the Monsters they did. There was no need for them to be stupid. If they had done it at a more serious angle, like they did in 2014.
Did we address the white-haired prick yet?
No, but we
I
should.
mean,
I hate that guy.
Yeah.
Like,
I hate
I
him.
enjoy
yeah.
the movie as a whole, but fuck that dude in particular. He just, like, the movie can be funny at times, and, like, I'm okay with that occasionally and whatnot, but he just, like, breaks the fucking tone of every scene that he's in. Like, they'll be saying something...
Every scene he's in, he's a whiny bitch.
He always has something smart alecky to say. He always like cuts in, like they'll be like, "Oh my god, like Godzilla's about to kill us," and it's like, what are you gonna do? Give him a hug? You know, it's like, I
At the end of the movie, he's like, "Glad he's on our side," and it's like, it's a fucking monster, you dipshit.
like even if he said it in a more serious tone, you know, or something, I could have get that, because it's something like glad he's on our side or something, but he says it like he's trying to like wink, you know, like say that to like the audience. That's every line he says. Like
Yeah,
when he
that's
talks
how-
about
that's his
Godzilla
entire
going like
character.
thermonuclear, you know, he's like, it'll be a bad day to be a Red Sox fan. Like fuck you. I
He just keeps saying stupid shit, and it always like.
Did Brooke die?
Yeah, there is a way to be.
Oh,
yeah,
I guess I gotta tell another
Yeah.
Laffy Taffy joke. It's the perfect time for it.
cool.
Oh, in the
Why
the
can't
chat,
police
they're
catch
saying-
the wool?
The wool?
Yeah,
Oh,
the wool.
it's over their eyes or some shit they can't see?
It's living on the lamb.
Oh, fuck off.
Ah.
I threw the wrapper, by the way.
Oh god.
What's a
Yeah,
snowman's favorite food?
Like something.
Popsicles.
Snow cones?
That'd be kind of gay.
Snow cones?
A chili burger with like 1,000 R's instead of a
That's
RG.
God.
That's awful.
That's pretty fucking cringe. You're banned from selling fucking.
I don't
Laffy
even
Taffy.
ironically
Banned
mean
from
it. That's just like genuinely bad.
I'm not selling them. Who makes this candy and who makes the jokes for it?
Willy Wonka.
Well, Willy Wonka can suck a fat one.
Oh, he'd love to suck a fat one.
I mean, it's
But
time
anyway.
to stop. Goddamn.
Oh, you were dying. It was time for Laffy Taffy joke.
Jokes,
Yeah,
like,
no,
one
man.
after the other.
You weren't there for the running gag, but we do that every time you cut out. It's
Yeah.
yeah, no. The white-haired guy is terrible, and I feel like they added him in an effort to like kind of get some comic relief or something. You know, like
Yeah,
not
I
to the same
don't
extent, but like
Well, no.
Marvel movies always have the person throwing in
was-
like the little jabs and like the jokes and stuff. It's like that, but executed worse. And
Everything he did was terrible. I had no reason to care about him. Half the movie, I wished he would have had like a monster throw a rock at him just so he could die. Literally, his entire character was like, "Why should I do that?
Yeah. There was
Because I
two
told you
comic
to."
reliefs.
Okay. Well,
There was
like,
two comic reliefs. There was the
he's
white-haired
always just
guy.
such a bitch about it.
Yeah, there was the white-haired guy, and then there was the like the other like lawyer dude, Sam Coleman.
yeah,
He
God,
also made dumb
All
jokes.
of their names are so like generic.
Let's see. His name was Sam Coleman. The white-haired dude's name was Rick Stanton. Yeah, that's pretty basic.
What a basic
Their
bitch.
names are all just like
Mark
basic
Russell.
white guy names.
Hey,
Oh, sorry. What do you want? Epic black dude names like Lizzie McFrizzy?
let's see. A black person was called.
Because he's got all the frizzes in his afro. He's got.
You didn't
The
even
frizzy.
go with Shaniqua. No.
It's
Black
black.
people just make up their own names, okay? I don't even question it.
I don't know. Either way, like the comedy in both Kong and this one in particular were not needed at all.
The comedy in both of them tried so hard, but in the end, it didn't even matter.
All right, Lincoln Park.
God damn right.
like the jokes themselves were really, really bad, but like even if they were good, some of them come in the middle of like scenes where everyone's terrified for their lives, and it doesn't feel natural. Like that's the thing, it doesn't feel like someone like telling a joke to like cope or to help someone tolerate something. It's like one
No, it's
character's
just
like
I'm a funny
It's
guy.
literally just a wink and a nudge to the audience, and it's always forcibly every single fucking time.
like the worst
Like,
one
yeah,
for
the
me
villains
is
like
when
that.
he's like sitting there and they finally find him in the underground like ancient cavern, and one guy's like, "Oh my god!"
I
It's
want to
like,
have children.
like, well, not that, well, that too, but he's like, someone's like, "Oh my god," and then he's like, "Zilla," like right after they say that. I actually wanted to punch him. Like, it's
He said, "What? What did he say? Oh my god, what?"
no, someone said, "Oh my god," and then right after they finished saying that, he chipped in and said, "Zilla," like as in, "Oh my god, Zilla."
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I get more. I missed that
oh
one.
my god,
So
he's
glad I missed
fucking retarded.
Like there's a way you can do like sometimes in the movie like there's
No, there's not a
conversation-
way you can do that. That character could have
No, no.
just died. It would have made the movie better.
Oh no, not,
He-
not the shit that he does. But like there's moments like between Serizawa and the guy that played Mark Russell. There's like things they say that like break tension. It's not necessarily comedy, but it breaks tension as like a little uplifting moment.
There was a
And it's
really
kinda
bad one
funny.
with Serizawa though. The one where he was like, "Oh, like it's a very long fortune cookie." I was like, "It's not even funny."
I like that.
No.
Well, he says something very poignant, and then he's like, "Did you like think of that yourself?" And he's like, "Fortune cookie," and like that had setup and payoff. He wasn't interrupting someone else's thing. He's just being a smart ass, and that's, I feel it's a lot more fitting than this fucker. Like, there's a line.
Dude, he
Yeah.
had his hair dyed white too. That's what I hated about him. Is he didn't look old enough to have his hair be white, and he's
I might
constant.
just
It's
have
like
good skin.
it's dyed. He looked like just a big gay faggot. This is his entire existence.
I mean, I don't even know how old he is.
he doesn't even it is kind of weird because he doesn't look all that old.
No, he's not old. He's just a big gay faggot. He comes in, he says big gay jokes, and he leaves. No, he doesn't leave. Sorry, he hangs around like a bad fart that just won't go away.
He never leaves.
I wish he'd just go away.
Just jump off the plane, man.
It's like I don't even remember what he does like in a crew. Like everyone has like a role.
He attends the computer sometimes.
I don't like it.
Okay, I don't like it either. Apparently his entire like he tries to play himself like a main character too. His entire character is just like I am
you're like
annoying.
You're not even a side character. You're like so far removed. You're just like an NPC that does shit in the background. Stop trying to make yourself more important. No one likes you. You 62-year-old white-haired little cunt.
Yeah, it's just odd. Like,
well, and here's the thing too. This whole movie has an issue with that, with like not having like, we'll say, certain weight behind any of its scenes. Like when they arrive at DC, it's already completely flooded with like a hurricane in the middle of it. Like,
fuck me. At DC, they had battleships sailing through DC. That's like, so fucking dumb.
Yeah, like they rented like a shipping container, and then you realize they're like in between like the Capitol building and like the surrounding area, and it's like, what?
Like, DC is like very, very inland in America, isn't it?
Yeah, so that is
even if all of Antarctica melted and all of the Arctic's melted, and the sea level rises by however much is meant to fucking rise, it would never reach DC. So where the flying fuck did all this water come from?
I'm pretty sure it's because
of King Ghidorah, you know?
No, Washington. I thought Washington D.C. Maybe I'm thinking wrong. Washington was on like the coast, was it not?
Well, no, Washington the state is on the West Coast. Washington D.C. is like Virginia.
Oh, it's in Virginia, motherfucker! Kill me.
I'll tell you. Wait.
Oh, okay. Here, let me give you a picture of it. It is actually near the coast.
In Virginia?
I
know it's near like a river or something.
Yeah, it is. Here, let me take a picture.
You know what? I don't even care about that. I'm just talking about like the fact that we arrive when it's already like that in the first place, and like we have no appreciation for like the destruction and carnage this thing has brought. It's just like, oh man, that's kind of rough. Like it's like,
that's kind of close.
There's a storm, you know, and it's just like in the first movie when it started like walking around. Like, okay, well, for comparison, when Hawaii started to, like, have a bunch of water, like, rising up, like, people were, like, running and screaming for their lives. But in this one, it's like, oh, man, I guess half of the population of DC's dead. Oops. Oh, no.
Yeah, but, like, even Hawaii, like, the tsunami didn't take all of the island.
Yeah, it just took, like, the edge of the town.
The coast and then, like, the immediate area afterwards. Of Honolulu.
Wait, are you guys asking like how the water got to Washington D.C.?
No, well, yeah, they are. I'm not. I'm saying that it has no impact specifically because they just like arrive and it's already fucked up.
It's called Washington.
It's
DC.
called.
That's why.
You're trying to make a fucking pun about washing, you piece of shit.
I'm just saying the movie isn't as impactful because the shit was already fucked up and there's like no weight to it. Like. You can guess that people died, but the movie doesn't like allude to it or anything else. It's just like,
I mean, there's like no human cost.
Yeah, it just feels kind of like surface level. Like they only show people dying if they get like immediately vaporized. Everything else is like not allowed. You know?
Yeah,
it's like the PG-13 rating. That's why.
Huh?
It's the PG-13 rating. I think it's the PG-13 rating.
PG-13.
That's why.
I thought it was a 15.
Yeah, I think all of them are.
All of them are?
No, I think all of them are.
Yeah.
You should really if you're going to make a giant monster movie, at least make it 15. Come on.
We don't have that rating here in the US, though.
15?
It's not there. There's only PG-13.
It's either 13 or R. Like, there's no in between.
Then fuck, just do R.
I'd like it if it was R. They won't do it, but I'd like it.
Like, I mean, what's the cutoff? I mean...
It's usually like explicit gore, explicit sex, using the word fuck more than once, like certain themes and approach. Like that's the thing. It's like it just has to be like it can't be too harrowing or too, disturbing. And even then, sometimes R ratings are kind of bullshit. Like there are a lot of relatively tame movies that are rated R because of like really stupid arbitrary reasons.
What? Because it's like how low the bar is.
Yeah, well, not even necessarily how low the bar is. Like,
the thing is, like, they're
like if you say "fuck" more than once, you'll be.
I'm very
R.
sure that like Millie Bobby Brown said shit more than once. Like, is shit okay?
You can get a few shits, not too many, but you can get a few shits and dams.
You
and
can
hell.
squeeze a few shits out your ass.
Yeah, like you can get a few. It's just the F word. You only get one in a PG-13 movie, so like. More consistent swearing. It's also about like themes, as in if there's like themes of drug abuse, even if they don't like show the drug use, that would make it R. It's or also the presentation.
I think in general, Hollywood needs to be more like how do you say? Not shying away from the R rating because they keep doing that. They make movies so bad just because they shy away from the R rating. So it's really silly.
Yeah, it's stupid because like half the time people don't even like acknowledge it. Like if a teenager wants to see an R-rated movie, they either sneak in or get their parents to buy it. Like that's why I saw Deadpool make so much big at the box office. Because teenagers still went to see it. They just had to hop over that one hurdle. It's just not a big deal for like what I see at least. And here's like I grew up watching R-rated movies anyway. It's just like as long as you aren't showing them like stuff they can't handle, then it's not like a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, like I grew up like watching like the Blade movies, and like that shit was pretty. I guess that would be R-rated by American standards. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was. Like,
oh, did you guys hear the Blade remake is going to be PG-13?
Oh, fuck off! No, it's not. I thought it was meant to be an R-rated.
R.
Why?
Yes.
I thought it was meant to be a for mature audiences.
No. It's supposed to be for mature audiences, but the remake is PG-13.
That's
what like a vampire bites a neck and then what fucking cotton candy slips out the hole?
it's about a vampire hunter. It's explicitly about blood and monsters and death. Like it's
like in Blade, I can't remember which one, but they had like a literal farm of humans in like blood bags.
Yeah,
that's not PG-13, man.
Like the only excusable thing for like vampires being like less than R is if it's like a kid's film or like a Halloween thing or whatever, where it's meant to be like very like like cheesy.
Okay. If it's like Hotel Transylvania, if it's that shite, then no, that was all right. But like if it was Hotel Transylvania, I understand that being a PG.
But that's like again, that's more like a like lighthearted kids interpretation. If you're trying to do a serious thing with vampires, for the most part, it should be R. Like they're very much a like mature in a conventional sense like media topic.
I think I definitely think the Blade movies were the best like adaptations for sure. Like they were great.
What's the new movie? Like, what's the new Blade movie called?
It's
not
sure,
out yet.
But
like, it's being made right now. Yeah. Like, the last Blade movie was, like, Blade Trinity.
Is it like Michael... Yeah, with, like, fucking Ryan...
With Ryan Reynolds.
Reynolds, that's it.
Yeah. That was a while ago.
But, like, who's, like, meant to be Blade this time? Is it fucking Michael B. Jordan?
I'm not sure.
I've got no idea. I think we're getting a little off track. We should continue.
What are we talking about?
The movie.
It
we're
is
talking
someone whose name I will not say because I will say it wrong.
It's anyway. No, so like, I like we'll say this, like the whole like monsters fighting and like the more cheesy stuff. Like the idea of them having like a command center and a base and like a MacGuffin and everything. It's like it's all very cheesy and it's like and like corny and hokey, and it could have been done better, but it just reminded me of the old film so much that it just felt very like enjoyably nostalgic for like the older films that had that.
Can't decide what they want to do. Like, they can't decide if they want to make it serious. They can't decide if they want to throw in the fucking lighthearted shit. Just, like, pick a lane and stay in it.
Yeah.
Because Hollywood can't do this shit anymore. They can't. It's not that they can't do it. I would love if they could do it, but they lack the ability to make mixed genres anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jojo Rabbit, it was a comedy drama. They failed at both. Godzilla is meant to be some fucking massive monster movie. They failed at the base level, and they started to include comedy from the second moment in the series, not the first one. The first one was all serious and bullshit. And then the second one, they started to do comedy. And then in the third one, they were like, fuck it. Let's do even more comedy. And let's make it cringy. Let's make it shit. And I just want them to do something good for once in their fucking lives instead of being good at fucking children.
No, you know they won't
Harvey
stop that.
Weinstein.
Give the fucking kids, give the Catholic Church a run for their money, hey?
Harvey Weinstein.
All right, okay, in fairness, Harvey Weinstein didn't fuck kids, he only fucked women. I'll give him that.
It's the only thing he had going for him.
It's just weird to me, like Hollywood pretends to be like this whole like,
It's funny. It's funny
It's
that they
It's
pretend
weird to
that
me.
they're-
My
that are
capital's right
upset
off
with
the
the
coast of
behavior.
the ocean where it
they
could just be
pretend to be
invaded
good
from.
people, but then
They pretend to be good people and they pretend to be upset with Harvey Weinstein's behavior.
Well,
yeah, and
that
They're
is-
they
all
don't
like
do
that.
that is true, but
Oh.
they're actors. Like,
Oh,
that is
yeah, they're
literally what they are
actors, that is
paid to do, is to be
Yeah,
like
but why are they
not
so bad at acting in movies?
themselves. I'm not saying they're necessarily successful. I'm saying is that when
I
they
want you to be
pretend,
good at acting in a movie, not good at acting on Twitter.
like when they pretend to be someone else or feel something else or whatever, whatever. It's like that's all they know. Like, it's
I mean,
hard
right?
to
So
find a
like
genuine person in Hollywood.
Harvey Weinstein, his defense was that he believed that he was always in like a consensual position, and honestly, I would almost believe him if he wasn't a piece of shit. Because if someone offered was like, I'll give you this like leading role if you fuck me, I'd be like, aye, that's fair. Like,
Yeah, I know, right?
I'll not pretend that Harvey Weinstein is like the biggest problem in Hollywood.
No, it's the
Fucking for a
pedophiles.
role. It happens everywhere in every industry. You want to get ahead. So many people sleep to the top. Look at Kamala Harris. She fucked her way to the top, and go her.
I think we're veering off topic pretty hard, but I don't mind.
Who runs YouTube, by the way?
Google.
No.
Who do you
who's the
think?
woman-
Google?
who's the woman that runs YouTube.
Susan.
remember.
Susie
Wozniak.
Susan
Horse
Wojcicki.
face
Yeah,
cocksucker.
Susan Wojcicki. You fucked your way to the top too, didn't you? I know you did.
I mean, I did just call her a cocksucker.
While we're also here, Kathleen Kennedy. I mean, fuck me. How much cock did you suck to make Disney so shit and Star Wars on top of that?
Cerebral. He sighs, for he knows he'll never have a YouTube video that'll ever stay up that is podcast related.
I just,
I hate these people.
I have to
I hate
deal with
them so
this. I'm gonna get an email, and they're gonna be like, "Okay, do you want to be executed tomorrow or
Right.
next week?"
You should. Yeah, that reminds me. You need to take down last week's podcast because that's.
Rip
See,
I don't
our
think you want to
YouTube
leave that
channel.
up.
If you get an email, direct them to me. Just
And then they'll
Just
be like,
direct-
"Sorry, we didn't delete you sooner."
Well,
I will.
We haven't
I
had
will
an issue
give
yet.
them the full Irish wrath, and then
Just.
Play the
I'm
first
telling you, as a
part.
precautionary, just take the fucking thing down.
No, I'm trying to get it on
Joe,
mines
we got
first.
it.
I'm trying to get on mines.
Yeah,
first.
no, definitely move it to Mines or like
Maybe-
archive
maybe-
it somewhere.
move it to Odyssey.
We-
Download
Yeah,
it,
that's what I
for
heard.
fuck's sake.
If you get an email, you shouldn't, because everything I said was not fact. It was merely an opinion.
I'll say we're not on
doesn't
Odyssey
matter.
yet. We don't have enough subscribers. Although we do have 175 right now. If we get 300, then we can start doing that. But
Start doing what? Like backing up.
well, Odyssey
I mean,
isn't.
When do we
they're-
start e-begging for money?
Like, their backup option or their syncing option is only available if you have a certain number of subscribers, and we need we need 300 or more for that to be even considered, because they rejected our syncing last time.
Oh, I see.
We only had 90 subscribers at the time. We're at 175, so we're not doing so bad. But
who runs Odyssey? Is it also a woman?
We're 176 now.
Oh,
Somebody
170. Look
subscribed.
at that. Amazing.
Somebody heard our shit talking and subscribed.
Yeah, there's probably some fucking YouTube staff that wants to keep a track on us.
It's Susan Wojcicki. She's like, oh my god, somebody called
Wojcicki?
me a
Susan,
cocksucker.
if you give me a job, you know, I'm just saying I'll bite the bullet.
I will.
I
couldn't even say it. It's so disgusting.
I will tell you what. Let's talk
couldn't
about
even say
the mom villain character, where she's like, humans are the virus, and that's her like
Oh,
entire
yes,
motivation
that.
for releasing all the monsters.
Dude, the fucking retarded eco-terrorism is like the COVID-19 shit where it first came out and people were like, oh, COVID-19 is nature's way of dealing with our overpopulation. Disgusting. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, you seem like that type of motherfucker. If you're telling me that the monsters are the natural care, what the fuck are they going to replace it with? Trees? Wow, so interesting. Glad we saved the planet for a few fucking trees.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a common line. You see it in a lot of films from Hollywood that, like, yeah, no, you see it in a lot of films in Hollywood. The bad guy is a hardcore environmentalist.
Oh yeah,
Like,
I think
in this movie, like, essentially, it's bad guys are gonna save the world by releasing all the monsters because humans are the infection. And let's take, for example, Endgame. Thanos wants to save the universe because the resources are being depleted by all the sentient life that's out there, so he's going to wipe half of it all out to make everything balanced. Just like a good little fucking eco-terrorist.
I feel
Well,
like
how is that balanced?
I feel like they use that to make
Because
their
he's hit.
no they use it, I think, to make their villains a little more what's the word,
Likeable, I don't know.
likable, because
I
everyone,
mean, here's the thing, right? You can't do World War II type villains because those are illegal. You can't put those in Germany. You can't do anything that resembles anything that might have any type of like pain or dilemma towards anybody. So like, I can't make my villain some kid who got bullied at school and then turns into a school shooter. I can't.
Yeah,
you can't do anything that may possibly mirror real life. So what's the one thing we got going for us? Oh, I know. Eco-terrorists. They're about as fucking tame as,
Yeah, like, so you can't have Nazis
Wild
unless
dog.
you have like a twist. Like it's Nazis are the bad guys. Oh, but wait, they're not actual Nazis. There's something worse. And like for eco, but
you
it's funny.
can't-
Like
You just can't
Hollywood
do
is,
it
like,
anymore. You
fine
can't
about,
do
like,
anything interesting or
environmentalism and
unique.
shit. And Hollywood is like a major contributor to like all the fucking pollution with all like the private jets and parties and shit. And then they put bad guys as eco-terrorists, and then the good guy has to stop the environmentalist. So like that's just another example of Hollywood being fucking so far up their ass that they're blind to their own problem.
no, they're not blind. They know exactly what they're doing,
Oh yeah, I know that.
but they're just happy to do it.
Yeah. Fuck them all.
I don't.
Harvey Weinstein's gonna fuck them all.
I don't ascribe
still in
enough
jail?
He's in
confidence
jail.
to them.
He's in
you know.
jail, and he was like walking around with
How
his
much is his
walker.
deal?
He was walking around with his walker, like as though
He's got a
like,
walker. Jesus, has he been getting bummed?
Here's hoping.
Imagine
Star Wars.
Harvey
walker, dude.
Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein goes to jail for sexually assaulting women and gets sexually assaulted himself, so he needs a walker in jail.
Wasn't that like just like the plot of Hard Candy or something?
Hard what?
That one film with now Elliot Page.
Oh, Elliot. There was, I think, when I was younger, I think I saw. Did she play Kitty in the original X-Men?
Oh, it's he now. He can't be.
Sorry.
transformed.
Did Elliot Page play a woman in the original X-Men?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was hot back then.
I thought it was a disgusting creature for changing its gender.
You know what? Like say what you want, but Elliot Page is a terrific actor. Because I
I don't know who the fuck Elliot Page was.
formerly
I don't care
Ellen.
who Elliot Page was. Coming out as a different gender is
Elliot
I
Page
don't care.
is a terrific actor because he had me utterly convinced that he was a pregnant teenage girl. I don't know any man that can act as a pregnant teenage girl better than he can.
What was that? Juno, wasn't it?
Juno, yeah. Terrific
Why is that a
acting
good
for
thing?
a man. I mean,
Now, why is that a good thing, though?
that just shows how great an actor he is.
You just want people to play pregnant teenage girls. Is that what you're telling me? What the hell kind of sick shit you're doing there, huh?
Speaking of eco-terrorism, the woman, like she was like, oh, we're gonna release all these monsters and they're gonna kill like most of the human race, and then they start doing it, and then she's like, oh no, they're going too quickly. This is bad. I'm like, this is exactly.
I was about to grab my Laffy Taffy. I thought he was turning into a robot. I really did.
Yeah. That was the thing. Like, so they used the Orca device. Their intention was to release monsters one by one whenever they needed them, but they released the second King of the Monsters, a direct foil to Godzilla, and he went and was like, "Oh, I sure would like some subjects," and he released all the monsters at once. Shocker.
See, that's the
I
thing I'm
don't know
looking at
why
for their
they're
plan.
like bowing to him.
Like they're bowing to him, but the thing I'm looking at is like supposedly their thing is supposed to be able to let them like control the monsters or calm them down or whatever, and they all just start rampaging. And I'm like, I thought you only like these things because their background radiation would help plants grow in the places that they roam, but no, you just want them to destroy population centers, and that's not cool. That's
Yeah, I
not
mean,
okay.
But yeah, right. So King Ghidorah starts doing, like, it was after his after Godzilla was assumed dead, he started doing that big roar thing and awoke them all up, and then they started rampaging at his will. Then why could they not just use the Orca and make them stop? Why did it take the little girl to use the Orca in fucking the Red Sox stadium?
Yep.
Why could the eco-terrorists, the big smart lads, why could they not think of it? Oh, let's use the device that we use to combat the monsters to combat the monsters.
It's
Fucking
really
idiots.
It's dumb. Well, the thing I'm looking at is like your entire plan was like born from my son was killed by Godzilla, so I'm gonna put most of the world's population through that so that pollution stops. Like
I can't
You
everyone
fucked
can't
up
wait for everyone
my
else to have a
face.
What?
A stupid line from A Hunt Down the Freeman. You don't know what that is?
we all talked at once, so I didn't catch anything you guys said.
I just said you fucked up my face.
Yeah.
Oh.
And that's pretty much why she just decided to kill
Yeah,
all
like,
the population centers.
my son died, let me kill all you.
Like, you know what? This would also be
kill
stupid,
all
all right?
humans.
It would also be stupid, but a better explanation would be I wanted to free the monsters so that they could kill Godzilla, like for killing my son, all right? Like, it would be stupid and reckless and whatever, but at least it would make more sense than the current motivation that they have. Like, if you want revenge on Godzilla for killing his son, it's like, oh, King Ghidorah's the only thing strong enough. Sure, whatever. Like, I get the logic. You're retarded, but whatever.
I think King of the Monsters was probably the least like logical of the three, I'd say.
That's why I didn't like it very much.
Like, there was a lot of inconsistency there.
And you're
Oh,
saying
by
it's
the way,
better
yeah,
than
since we're
2014,
talking-
though.
Which
Well,
only
that,
had two consistencies you mentioned.
And one of them wasn't an inconsistency.
Yeah. Yes, because I enjoyed it more than, murky bullshit that was 2014.
What was there to
2014
enjoy?
was-
Tell me.
Extremely murky
What was there to enjoy in that movie? Tell me.
in King of the Monsters.
Yeah.
Well, I enjoyed the
Oh,
monster
giant monsters
fights. I
fighting.
enjoyed the cheesy storyline that was
What's
reminiscent of the
there
old
to
films.
enjoy
Like,
about
that's
the
what I liked.
monster fights? That's what I'm curious about.
I enjoyed the variety of monsters. That was pretty much it.
Yeah, the monster fights are always just boring to me. I didn't get it.
I don't
But
know,
that's like a surface level thing though. It's like if you don't enjoy like just like big monster fight, then it's like I just don't know.
Oh man, if you just don't enjoy big game men wrestling,
that's not the same thing.
What, you don't?
I mean, might as well be. So you're watching the movie, you watch people fight. You might as well just watch people wrestle, dude.
I've just broke my chair.
what?
I disagree. Well, that's the thing is like I just think it's like when I'm knocking out these things like fighting, it's like that was kind of cool. I like the scale of the destruction and everything. Like now, mind you, when I say the scale of destruction, I mean in how over the top it was, not necessarily how grounded or like actually like like immersive it was. Because like when Rodan like flew over that town and just like the wake of like the wind current from it just like flattened this whole village, I was like, that looks really fucking cool, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that the movie was like.
And then Rhoda turned into such a bitch the second Ghidorah showed up.
Yeah. Rodan got flattened, and like even Mothra, like had like a lethal-ish blow against it. Like Rodan's kind of
probably like temporary paralysis thing.
Yeah, it's
fail, bomb disable.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Also, why was Mothra
going retarded?
She didn't really have any like
we don't know
to be queen of the monsters. Just that it was like the only.
She's actually smaller, and she was getting her ass kicked by Rodan.
Yeah.
Until she just stabbed him.
Yeah, until she broke out the butt stinger, like she was dead. And then she sacrificed herself to block electric shock on Godzilla, even though he didn't need it. Because even if he had got hit by the shock,
because he survived them anyway.
He was still going thermonuclear anyway. So she died for nothing. Aside from being
I'd agree.
I don't think she brought anything to the movie.
Yeah, it was, and the thing is, did you see the way they were like looking at Mothra? Like, the thing is, the way they deal with the good characters and the bad characters is so different. Like, it's like the movie itself is like directing you towards treating them as good.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, why were they so chill with Mothra? How did they know that Mothra was not going to be like the other one and smash
like when Mothra was coming out of the cocoon, they were like, they were all like standing there and smiling as though it wouldn't kill them all. I'm like, how do you know it's not going to kill you all?
How the fuck do you know? Every other monster has. Even Godzilla would fuck you all up without a second thought. So what makes Mothra different?
Just kind of like assume.
It is my caterpillar.
Look how pretty it is. It can't do anything.
Literally why they did that, I presume.
It's just like, oh, look, it's so cute.
I mean, let's face it, it was 2014 and then it was fucking downhill from there. The only thing that made King of the Monsters better than King Kong was that it had more monsters, I guess. Just something more to look at. I don't know.
I mean, like, again, from my end, I still think King of the Monsters was better, but,
Have we done a review that's, like, ended positively? Because, like, all our reviews have been shitting on these movies.
We did.
Joker,
we all like Joker.
Joker was good. I'll give you. That was good. All right.
Joker is like the only movie, but Brick, I don't think we've covered anything you've actually liked besides that.
Yeah, you didn't really give us much to cover.
I mean, to be fair, I don't like all of these movies. Also, like
I know, but that's why it's hard for me to take your criticism seriously because I don't know what you like besides the movie that like is like unanimously praised. Like I don't have a good metric, you know.
I told you about In Bruges and all that stuff.
Inbred.
Okay, In Bruges, also universally acclaimed. And...
Yeah, so those are the films I like.
Okay,
I don't.
Blake he only likes things that people already like. Otherwise, he can't form his own opinion.
No, I have pretty rich.
No,
But-
I just happen to agree with everything everyone else agrees with.
Like, here's the thing. I'm not saying
Yes,
it's bad that you like In
exactly.
Bruges. I also really like In Bruges. On that basis, if we're looking for like films to cover in the future, we should cover 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri, because that's from the same director
we
and it's
should.
fantastic. But like, I want to know what movies you like that aren't like broadly accepted by everyone as great, because then it can like get a better metric of like, oh, here's some things you're looking for, you know?
I just thought of the movie I was thinking of, but there's a huge problem with it, which is that it's only available in a dub.
What's that?
T-34. That's a pretty good movie.
Oh yeah.
What is it?
It was shot in Russia, and it's literally a story about a Soviet T-34 tanker crew, and it's pretty good actually. I enjoyed it. The problem is that, and this is the major problem I ran into, I can't find the Russian dub anywhere, and the English dub is quite verbatim, just people sitting there like, "Ah, Captain, we must go." And they sound so fucking monotone and tired. It's like, how am I supposed to take this seriously?
Hmm.
I'll see if I can find a Russian version for you.
I already watched it, but I mean, that version, that movie was pretty actually good. I'd recommend the fuck out of that.
I thought you said you couldn't find it.
I know, I already found it. All I'm saying is I can't find a Russian version. That's why I gave up and watched the English version, which sucked.
Okay, if I find the Russian version, I'll let you know.
You say so.
Well, man, you saw my Echo
mean,
things. I know how to
subs are-
find movies. That's my thing, man.
Subs are still better. Subs are still better though, for sure.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I want subs. I want like Russian dub with English
I mean,
subs,
so
because
there's-
that's what
there's
the movie was originally shot in Russian, and the Russians have a lot more emotion put into the movie than like the fucking Americans reenacting it did.
There's original language, which is like how it's meant to be viewed, and then there's the sub, and then you lose some in translation, and then there's the
No,
dub.
dude, I'm staring at like people in full-on Russian gear, right? And they're like very clearly Russian men, and then they're talking American, and they sound so bored out of their mind, and their emotions don't match with their expressions. I'm sitting there like, America.
Yeah, so I have this other sort of thing is I find that a lot of like I did this when I was on Twitter. I found this this issue, which was whenever I used to like criticize Godzilla movies, like there used to be these people who used to come out of the woodwork and be like, "Oh, it's a giant monster movie. How dare you criticize it? How dare you analyze it?" Like, I mean, obviously not like that. They're like, they just say, "Turn your brain off. You know, don't pay attention. It doesn't matter." Because it's a giant monster movie. It's a kaiju movie. You're supposed to just enjoy it. And I'm just thinking to myself, that's not how it works though. Like all movies are subject to analysis. Like it's just because it's supposed to be like giant monsters. No, like just because it's supposed to be giant monsters doesn't mean you can't have plot consistency. Like that's so stupid to say. That's such a stupid thing to say.
Yeah, and there's more of it in
That costs money,
2014 than
though.
in King of the Monsters.
I mean, broadly, I'd agree, but it's
yeah, that's why it's better.
yeah, but it was such a murky mess, though.
Okay, if I can find the movie, if I turn up the saturation and brightness, will you acknowledge it as like the better movie then? Like
No.
Then okay, then it's not the issue.
It's the mess part of it that's the problem.
But will you accept that 2014 is the best out of the 3?
Likely not. I didn't like it very much.
You don't gotta like it. Right, so ignoring...
I don't like you very much, you fucking meme thief. Stole my goddamn meme, stole all the credit. Didn't even give me a like. Son of a bitch.
Stole mine too.
Yes, that's the way it works. Piss off, cunts.
You shitbag.
The life of a critic is an easy one.
Oh, did you see that one tweet? The guy was like, critics put in more effort into
Boy, how the fuck are
criticism
you
than
seeing
the
tweets?
Yeah, you're banned.
Oh, yeah, okay. That one was that's quite an old one. But I was about to like, how the fuck are you seeing tweets? You're banned.
Well, people send them to me, so yeah.
Man, that's
You can see
Twitter
tweets.
addiction.
You can
I
see
need my
tweets.
Twitter fix, man. Send me some tweets.
No,
Who
they're
the
just
fucking crotch goblin wants some tweets? What the hell?
Right, so I'm pretty sure we're done reviewing these stupid movies.
Yeah,
I was
I've-
gonna say next week if we could do T-34. I mean, that'd be neat.
If it's acquirable, sure, I guess.
I found it.
But like,
He did.
Oh,
He
well,
found it. He
that's-
posted it to me.
Yeah, it's right here.
that's
Unfortunately, I think that's the only place you can get that.
is it like a Prime thing or?
Nope.
No, just to pay for watch.
Yeah, the other one is on Prime. The English version is on Prime for free. The Russian language version, you have to buy or rent. But this one is in Russian, so it would be English subtitles.
Yeah, that's fine. I could probably do that.
Yeah.
I
So,
like
yeah.
it a lot.
Prime is so shit. Like most of the
So we'll
content
have
on
a
Prime
movie night
you
then.
pay for.
Yeah, I guess we'd have to have one person buy this, and then all of us have a movie night, and then the next day we could all review it. My voice is dying.
I've got Prime. I don't mind paying for it. It's only like £3.
I don't even know
Well,
what the fuck quid is.
Sorry.
pounds.
Oh wait,
It's
no,
like
that's,
one word off a squid.
that's Amazon.com. I don't know if Amazon.co.uk has that.
What is? What do
Only the
you guys have? Like, I thought you guys had pounds. Is that different from a quid? Like,
No, it's,
We're pounding
we
ass
have
over
many.
there.
We have many names for money. Sorry.
call them dollars like normal people.
Yes, the
First-
dollars in UK. Yes.
Yeah.
The dollary dues.
Yeah,
Man,
British
you guys need to
dollars.
watch
You know.
What's your game plan for the dollar? Because it is fucking tanking at the minute.
Invest all of it into Monopoly money, and wait it out. Yeah, some people are like, put it into crypto, and I'm like, well, crypto's on your computer, and that explodes all the time, right? My Monopoly money's in a box, in a safe, in my closet. All right, you can't get to it from there. All right.
When the war comes, I'll bring out my Monopoly money and I'll make Fallout 1 all over again.
That's right. It'll be beautiful.
You want this pistol, you have to pay like at least 10 Monopoly bucks.
Yeah, 10 Monopoly
10
bucks
Monopoly.
and 2 hotels. All right, those,
Yeah.
those don't...
And 2 hotels. I want the hotels
That
specifically.
34 movie must only be on fucking US Prime because it's not on Iowa.
Well, click the link I have here for that.
Yeah, no, yeah, but like if I sign into Prime to like use it,
Yeah, and I got that issue too, because I was watching it in a. As I say, I was watching it in a like service with someone else, and the problem we ran into was every time I tried to watch like a version that wasn't English, is that the English version was available everywhere.
Mhm.
The Russian version was available literally nowhere that I could find.
right? Well, right. So, do you want to wrap up these like 3 movies before we move on to some other topic, or just talk like shoot the shit?
I think we're basically done with them. Let's
I
talk
think
about
we're pretty much done with these things. Like,
Poo poo pee pee. I hated like every single one of them except 2014.
yeah, if you want to summarize your experience with these movies, like Lung just did.
I liked all of them. I just think 2014 is the best. Kong is like fun, and King of the Monsters is
Fun. I had more fun fucking banging my head in the desk.
well. King of the Monsters is great for me in the sense of it being a throwback to the older films, and I found a lot of enjoyment via that. Granted, some parts were grating, like the white-haired guy and the dialogue being fucking awful. But other than that, I actually enjoyed all 3 of them.
Brick.
As for me, I think I kind of like didn't mind them as much. I thought 2014 was a hard thing to watch. I think it was. I still think 2014 is the worst of them. And Yeah, but I think like if you divest yourself from the like objective quality of it, I think they were pretty fun watches. Like they were
They're definitely popcorn flicks.
yeah, like it's not like you won't be entertained if you watch them. Um like that's the thing, right? Like I was saying, there's a bunch of people who have this sort of idea that they need to protect their pet films from criticism for some reason.
I must defend my lady.
Like
Yeah,
this
it's
happened
like gatekeeping for their own reasons.
yeah, and this happened very often when I criticized it on Twitter. Not so much like I mean, and it happens a lot even on like Discords and stuff. And I'm just like, just it's
Yeah,
okay
like,
to
is
enjoy.
it
bad
objectively
films.
good, or are you blinded by your favoritism?
Yeah, it's like it's okay. You can't say that there are films that aren't worth analyzing because that's just not true.
I mean, everything's worth analyzing. Well, is it worth analyzing? No. Possible to? Yes.
Is it worth? No, even so, I would say yes, it is worth analyzing. I would say, I don't think there are films that aren't worth analyzing. I think everything has its own value in its own right. Um, and if you're good, you can't just overlook logical inconsistency just because you like a film. That just makes you stupid.
Well, yeah, but like I think the point of contention is more so the basis for the logical consistency. Because like if we start from the idea of like that, then the movie automatically breaks itself because it's physiologically impossible for a biological being to be that big. So if you're already starting with the main character can't exist, then you have to have some allowances for that, and that's where some of these things come in.
Yeah, but yeah, so my the perspective that I'm saying is yeah, but see, now you have to go to suspension of disbelief. You can suspend your disbelief for certain things, but your plot has to be internally consistent, right? And also when you talk about suspension of disbelief, certain things you suspend your disbelief for, certain other things you just don't. Like for example, in Godzilla, you have okay, we're gonna accept that this giant lizard exists, right, for the purposes of our enjoyment of the film, but we're not gonna say, oh, it's gonna cause a tidal wave here but not there, like that. But see, because the seas work the same way.
Yeah, I mean,
there was less semen in the ocean in America, so it didn't cause a California.
Well, I mean, it's like Hawaii to California is. It's not that
There's
far.
a lot of semen in those oceans.
If anything, there's more semen in the Californian Ocean.
No, they don't do that. They're all Democrats. They wouldn't do it.
What, they don't nut in the water supply?
No, they just get made into little fucking gimps. Bunch of weirdos down there.
So, Lung, is your takeaway the same, that pee poo pee pee, or do you want to like give it a proper takeaway?
Is your takeaway the same? Poo poo pee pee? Are you fucking talking? Proper takeaway from the movie. Don't watch Kong. Just don't. Like, I don't even know what happened in Kong. I cared so little about Kong, right? Like, Kong is just a mile a minute, and it feels like the director just snorted a box of cocaine, and he's just like, gotta make a move. Because in 1 second, it's like bringing you in, and you're supposed to like take in, you're even getting the fucking bullshit Vietnam music again, because that never goes away. Every Vietnam has to have that music.
I was surprised I didn't hear Fortunate Son once.
It still has Vietnam sounding music.
Oh yeah, I mean they still had Creedence Clearwater, but it was just a different Creedence Clearwater song.
So the point here I'm trying to make is King of the Monsters is okay if you're looking for like that bullshit. I guess it would be good, but like I just couldn't stand fucking Kong. That was the worst. Just everything about Kong sucked. The CGI sucked. The big monkey CGI sucked. think Kong looks so stupid. And the Andy especially looks really stupid. Like, I don't
looks
get it.
dopey. Like him
He looks
being
like a retard. He has something wrong with him. Oh, I thought you were going to continue talking because your thing is green. And overall, I think 2014 was my favorite because 2014 has the impact, albeit I did have to walk away at like one point during 2014, which I guess is when they started attacking the actual America and not like Hawaii. And I guess at that point, I didn't pay attention. I wasn't there actually really to even see that or tell you that it's wrong or be like, yeah, it's fine. But overall, I like 2014 the best. That was a good one. I recommend 2014.
I thought it was kind of unrealistic when Godzilla was in San Francisco that he wasn't complaining about how much human shit he was standing in.
I mean, I think he'd complain about how much human he's standing in the first place.
How would he not slip and slide from all the blood?
True.
Yeah,
all that humans have to do is throw a bunch of boulders.
I had another like
So, I just thought, what if they put dragon's teeth down? Wouldn't that go into his feet?
I love how the according to King of the Monsters, the only way to save San Francisco is to have it destroyed by giant monsters.
I mean,
the only way to save it from itself.
Because they show that it's now like a tropical paradise because it's like a full like nature habitat now.
No one took it back. No one even thought about like all the shit and money they left there. They're like, nah, just nature.
Yeah.
Let the birds take it.
I mean, to be honest, right? So these movies, they were all right. That's pretty much it.
Like, I mean, I enjoyed watching them. Like, if you can set aside your critic goggles or whatever, I think they're pretty fun movies to watch. Yeah. So, right, so I was
we were looking at them to criticize them. If you sit down with these movies,
Kong was the biggest waste of time I think I felt. Definitely. Well, like King of the Monsters.
If you sat down with these movies or went out like to the cinema with a bunch of friends and some fucking snacks just to have a good time, you come out feeling all right.
Except for Kong.
They're not good movies. Okay, fine. Except for Kong.
I enjoyed Kong. I definitely
watching these movies.
Of course you did, because you sympathize with it, you monkey sympathizer.
The only thing these movies have made me want to do is like buy the Godzilla game so I can play as the monsters destroying shit. Because really, I just want to destroy buildings as monsters. And these movies.
Go play fucking Red Faction. You can smash buildings in there.
Yeah, Red Faction's good for destroying buildings, like the Guerrilla
Tear Down, the new game, Tear Down. It's been out for a while. It's in early access. You can destroy buildings in there.
Is that a what do you call it? Guerrilla game?
No.
No, it's not a guerrilla game. You don't actually shoot anything. It's like a puzzle kind of game where you just you selectively smash shit. That is a paste in Russian. You selectively smash shit. Thank you, Steam.
Red Faction, what's the one he's like on Mars or some shit?
Red Faction Gorilla.
There you go.
Red Faction Gorilla. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking
about. That was
like
the first time. Red Gorilla was like the first time a game that did like proper like destruction at that level, which is pretty cool.
It's like really old though, isn't it? Like
it is really old.
Yeah, no one's made a successor.
Well, they did a re-release of it called the Remastered Edition.
Oh, I played that.
I forgot about that.
That's kind of cringe sounding. I know they did Red Faction Armageddon. I think after that, I think it has the same physics.
It does, but most of the game takes place underground where there's no destructible terrain, so it's really pointless.
Wait, which one was that?
Armageddon, the sequel to Red Faction Gorilla.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of shit. Don't play it.
Either way, the only thing I want to do, I want to get a Godzilla game and just like the Godzilla game that came out or something. It's on PS4 or I think it's on other things, but I think the PS4 has other monsters you can play as.
That one is not particularly great, and that one is like kind of like tank controls, and it's only like 1v1.
Yeah, no, it was
not great.
It's got like a couple of different game modes, but like, I mean, what I want from a Godzilla game is just to smash buildings and beat up the shit out of another monster. So, yeah. I don't know. It's put me in a mindset where I want to play a Godzilla game. I think if I just wait a while, it'll go away. Because I used to love that Save the Earth game. It had like a story mode where you fought, like you chose a monster and you went through a couple of stages fighting monsters and got to the monster at the end and unlock a new monster.
It had a story mode where you wrestled skyscrapers.
Yes, actually. And the best one in the series, for me at least, was Godzilla Unleashed, because it had the most monsters in it. And you could even unlock like OG Godzilla, and he was really, really overpowered.
Yeah, no, you could do that in the Godzilla game, the most recent one. It has like a bunch of different monsters. It has like the Godzilla from the series of movies is called Legendary Godzilla, which also has a burning mode, which is the one from King of the Monsters.
Yeah, I just don't like the way the new ones control, because like the other ones are like city brawlers, whereas this one is like, I don't know, it's very much like a tank and very stiff and slow, and like it doesn't fit the idea of it being like a power fantasy thing in the sense of like, hey, let's get like let's get Mecha Godzilla and Mogira to just like stomp on each other, Yeah.
Okay.
Instead, it's like, oh boy, okay, when Brick says that 2014 is too slow, no, he hasn't played this game we're talking about. This game is way too slow.
You're too slow.
Yeah.
What game is it called?
It's just a Godzilla like PS4.
It's called Godzilla.
Yeah, just flat Godzilla for the PS4. Not great.
You mentioned Shadow the Hedgehog earlier, and it made me think about that game. Did you ever play Shadow the Hedgehog?
Oh
game?
Yeah. I loved it as a kid. I can't stand it unironically. Like at this point, I just laugh at it. It's great memes, but I don't think I could look at it and be like, actually say it's like well made in any regard.
No, I mean, like, I liked the way it sort of had like branching story paths you could go on.
Yeah.
But
no, there's some really interesting things about it, but at the end of the day, the only thing I'd say I appreciated is that it did not hold back on its edginess. Like, it wasn't like a little edgy or like trying to like wink. It was like, no, completely unironically edgy.
It's Sonic the Hedgehog with guns, and you literally like fucking murder Sonic.
Yeah, he has guns and he murders people and he swears.
That fucking game. I know that game.
Yeah, like
military person throughout the game, you can pick up their weapons and
he literally talks in like the edgiest tone ever too, and he's like working for the government, I think.
Yeah. And
I am the real hedgehog.
Oh yeah, no, my friend sent me a quote that I really loved. Let me see if I can find it.
It's probably where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald?
No, it's come on guys, let's hunt down the black creatures.
Yeah, there's that one too. Every time he dies, he says, "Damn, not here." Like,
I don't. Was that in the Shadow the Hedgehog game, or was that in Sonic Adventure Battle? Was a good game.
It didn't upload, did it? Oh, I hate life.
Sonic Adventure Battle 2 was a good game.
Okay, I'm gonna upload the entire WAV so you don't have to fucking click a link. Just click the WAV. That was amazing.
Like, I don't know who the hell Maria was, but apparently it was some girl that Shadow the Hedgehog was trying to fuck or something.
Come on, let's hunt down the black creatures.
Beautiful line.
Let's hunt down the black creatures.
Oh, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah, there's some weird.
I've seen this in so many memes.
Usually it's shortened to "Ow the Edge."
It is just Edge the game. I mean, he's spiky. He's got guns.
He's
explosions.
Angry.
He literally murders people.
Yep, he swears, and he's got a tragic backstory, and he has amnesia, and he.
It's that blue hedgehog again, of all places.
Oh
just don't get in my way.
Chaos control.
Okay,
sounds like it's fucking.
We should. We're kind of rambling, and I need to head out somewhat soon. Anything else for the movies?
I think.
Yeah, one thing I want to know. One thing I want to know.
Thing you need to know.
It's
It's
where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald?
God damn it! Fine. Let's talk about speculation for the next one.
Yeah,
Godzilla
exactly.
vs Kong. Let's talk about that one then.
I think.
Like talking like Shadow the Hedgehog is giving me throat cancer right now.
it's gonna suck.
Oh, it's gonna be the worst.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be bad.
It's probably gonna be the worst one to exist.
I'm excited.
I'm excited for how bad it's gonna be.
Nah, man.
It'll probably be better than Kong.
It'll be better than Kong. I can guarantee that.
It'll probably not be better than 2014, and it might be better than King of the Monsters.
I just as long as they just lean into the silliness of it, I'll appreciate it. I have a similar approach to this movie as I do the Fast and Furious movies, and that they like stopped giving a shit a long time ago.
Yeah,
it's like just if you do that and you know what you're doing, then sure. Granted,
if they pick a direction and they want to go over the top ridiculous, then fine, it might be good and salvageable. But I mean, like, say if it's gonna be a Mecha Godzilla thing, and he's like disguised as Godzilla for some reason, then fucking like lean into that shit, man. Like, give some fucking absurd reason as to why you did this shit.
Because if they try and do it even remotely serious or grounded, it's immediately going to be punted into the atmosphere by 2014, you know?
Yeah, right. So Godzilla 2014, they made serious, grounded monsters attacking the city, everyone dies.
Yep.
And then in the other two they did, it's serious, but there's some comedy here. You guys like comedy, right? Pay for this movie. Which failed. Just, I don't know. I don't know. I would like a good Godzilla franchise, because like, I've liked Godzilla since I was a kid, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So, just do the fucking series justice. I would like Hollywood to do anything right. Just once.
I would like Hollywood to stop touching kids.
Wouldn't we all, Brick?
I'll sacrifice some kids for a good movie. Tell you what, I'll sacrifice the Me Too movement if Godzilla vs Kong is a good movie.
If it comes out as good, I'm gonna be like, so fucking surprised. I'll actually honestly, do nothing,
like
but I mean, I'll be surprised.
It's a 6 out of 10. I'll count that as a win.
I will be probably even more surprised than you, Lung, if you walk away liking it, because
I'm not watching it. You tell me as if I'm gonna go out and be like, oh, let me watch that. No, I'm not watching it.
You steal the series and acquire it somehow.
I mean, we've watched all of them so far. I mean, we're invested. We got to do it now.
No, I'm not invested. I just happen to be a victim of being forced to watch it.
Yeah, I mean, like, so you've wasted this much of your time. You may as well
not waste anymore. You're right.
No, it's too late. You have to waste an extra bit of time.
You have to waste more.
Otherwise,
not waste anymore.
Otherwise, the time that you've already wasted is gone.
Oh, I was gonna say, then yeah, the wasted time would be wasted. You know, you don't want that, do you, Lung?
Like, yeah, so the time that you've wasted already will be wasted if you don't finish. Lung, whatever you're doing, stop that and never do it again.
We're almost at the end. I'm turning him down. That was not okay.
Did it just explode for no reason?
Yes, it did just explode.
Is it still loud?
I'm adjusting it now. You should be fine.
But whatever it is,
don't do that.
Fix. I did nothing.
It sounded like you blew like into the mic.
Just like Hitler, I did nothing wrong. I don't know what you're talking about.
Motherfucker. Just see it someday, pretty please. If not, oh well. I think that the next movie
for that shit
would only work for Kong, that is, if we have some more absurd stuff, you know. I don't know how absurd they'll go. I hope I see Mechagodzilla though, because that would be my jam for that.
For my last final thoughts, I'd say if you watch these films, you watch them, they're pretty fun. Like, they don't make much sense. They're giant monster films, and if you go in wanting to drink or have popcorn, you should do it. I'm
You should
gonna
find
say
better things to do with your fucking time. That's what you should do.
I thought it was entertaining for what it was. So yeah, I didn't have problems watching the films. Like usually when you have bad films like Wonder Woman 1984, I think we did a podcast on. That was a slog to get through. It was horrible. Like I wouldn't wish that on anyone. But these films weren't that hard to get through, so
They were mentally hard to get through because they sucked.
yeah, they suck, but they're kind of like entertainingly sucky. I didn't mind them.
Yeah, I mean, there were some good scenes.
They were shitty.
Anyway, those were my final thoughts. Anything else?
No, I think we've done these movies to death.
Yep, I have said all I have to say, and I will continue to advocate for Brick being wrong about 2014 being the worst one. That's just that's actual blasphemy. Just go away. It's not
saying
okay.
King Kong was the best of these three. Was your
go away.
I thought it had problems, but I thought it was the best one of them because it was nice.
The problem
and
is it's the worst of the three. That's the problem. And I'm saying that as someone who likes it. I like it more than Lung. Lung could not stand watching that movie, especially immediately after 2014. Like, he had to keep asking me, like, is this in the same continuity? And I'm like, yep.
Interesting.
He couldn't believe it. I don't blame him. The approach between King of the Monsters and 2014 is just, like, completely different directions. I'd argue potentially even polar opposites.
Oh yeah, definitely. They went for like a much more wilder and goofier tone with that.
I'm okay with because that's how the series went. Like the first Godzilla movie from like the 50s, very dark, very serious, then great. Then like the sequels after that was a bunch of like, what if Godzilla faced a giant cockroach from Atlantis? Huh? Okay, and it just went from there. So it's nice. It's cool.
Yeah.
So one final bit of good news is that Amber Heard has been apparently fired from Aquaman 2.
Is that rumor or official?
Still very loud.
I think is that is it official or is it rumored?
I mean, from everywhere I see, like loads of places are saying it, and it comes.
Doesn't necessarily mean it's true though.
I know it doesn't necessarily mean. What was it? It says Australian outlet Sausage Roll claims that Heard was released from the movie due to a health clause in her contract rather than an ongoing legal battle with Johnny Depp. Apparently, she didn't pass a physical examination due to weight gain, which violated a clause in her contract. So, Amber Heard, you got too fat for your costume, and now you're fired.
That's funny. That's actually really funny.
I mean, if she got terminated from Aquaman for the Johnny Depp thing, that's one thing. But if she got terminated because she was too fat, fucking hilarious.
Well, at that point, it's like if she's not gonna get fired for like legit reasons, that's just karma at that point, like covering up for the rest. So
yeah,
I'm fairly satisfied.
Anyways, we need to wrap up.
Oh, I think we did. That was pretty much me wrapping up. I just wanted to shit on women one more time. You know how it is.
All right. Then are we settled as far as what we're going to be doing next week?
No, we'll discuss that later. I think we're on two fronts on that.
Yeah, I guess we can keep it a surprise. Surprise to me, surprise to everyone else.
We should decide sooner rather than later so that we have time for all of us to watch it and then discuss it. Because I know we discussed T-34, and then what was the other one?
Justice League,
yeah. So
I think
who knows? There might be a third mystery entry.
I think maybe like the four of us put one thing in, and then we can randomly select.
Let's watch The Breakfast Club.
What the fuck?
I like.
I've
that
never
movie.
seen it.
It's good. Don't say it ironically. I like that movie.
I've never seen it.
It's good.
You ever seen Weird Science?
No.
Oh yeah, I have done. Yeah, that's fun.
All right,
It's fun.
we're Well,
I would also like to create a weird woman that wants to have sex with me.
We're gonna move
But I'll
on.
stick with my girlfriend.
I'm not touching that subject. Thank you everyone here for watching us talk about Giant Lizard and Monkey. We'll be back next week for one of the potential movies that we discussed. And thanks again. See you next time.